Chapter 4:24. Now everyone at the top of the Chunyang Palace knew that Yang Chen's disciple rarely talked nonsense. As long as he said it, almost 100% of it could be realized. But even so, suddenly hearing Yang Chen talk about controlling the 100,000 mountains behind the scenes, including Liang Xiaoming, they were all shocked. Liang Xiaoming had just been forcibly suppressed by the head of the palace. When he heard Yang Chen's words, he directly jumped up in shock. The 100,000 mountains, that was a famous, dangerous place where the Dao sects, demon sects, and monster cultivators were mixed. Even the Yuanying stage masters had to be cautious there, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that a powerful master like the old tree demon could be seen, the danger there could be seen. Such a dangerous place was almost controlled by the backstage of the auction house. Now, Yang Chen suddenly said that if they fell, could Chunyang Palace control the 100,000 mountains? This was simply a child's play. Ridiculous. After Liang Xiaoming realized that he had jumped up alone, he immediately shouted at Yang Chen, as if he was reprimanding Yang Chen, and resolved his embarrassment arrogant. Although Liang Xiaoming's reprimand was very loud, and everyone knew that Liang Xiaoming had opinions on Yang Chen, but others did not feel that there was anything wrong with Liang Xiaoming this time. The 100,000 mountains was not an easy place to control. Even if the spiritual power was scarce, the products were so rich, but for so many years, no Dao sects had ever thought about it. Even the 5 Elements sect in Taishimen was the same. Wasn't this enough to explain the problem? Not to mention anything else. This location alone was already very troublesome. It happened to be at the junction of the 3 territories of the Dao sects, demon sects, and the monster race, and it was far away from the sect. Any Yuanying stage master, without the fast magic weapon of Yang Chen and Wang Yong, would take 2 or 3 months to get there. Even if there was something, the masters of the sect might not be able to catch up. Moreover, with the complexity of the forces there, a few Yuanying stage masters would definitely not be able to control the scene. Howie Manor already had 4 peak stage nascent soul cultivators. But didn't they have to rely on the powerful background of the auction house and curry favor with the young master of the auction house to live so comfortably? With the original strength of the Chunyang Palace, there were only 8 Yuanying stage masters. Even if Gui Shanyu, the powerful master of the Deshang stage, plus Shi Kuei, Xie Sha, and Zhu Qintao, who was newly promoted to the Yuanying stage, a Deshang stage, 11 Yuanying stage masters, it was estimated that they could only occupy a small corner of the 100,000 mountains. Don't even think about controlling the 100,000 mountains. Furthermore, this was only control. How could the backing of the auction house be destroyed so easily? Yang Chen's words were indeed a little confusing. You tell me if you can control it. If you can't control it, then what? Palace Master Zhang Jiao pondered. Yang Chen would never shoot without a goal. He must have his reasons for saying this in front of the upper echelons of the sect. If we can control the situation, then our sect will control the 100,000 mountains behind the scenes, which is better than sharing it with others. Yang Chen smiled and said, if we can't, then we have to lose some benefits and join forces with several other big sections. It was very clear that if they could do it, they would have to swallow the benefits. If they couldn't, they would find a few people together. However, the people in the 100,000 mountains had not yet been hurt. Yang Chen's words really made everyone puzzled. This was the truth, but even the head of the palace was lost in thought. There was a long silence in the hall, and Su Qingxin asked, Yang Chen, how are you going to deal with the people in the 100,000 mountains? Find a master and kill them. Yang Chen replied without thinking. It was another illusory answer. Almost everyone thought so. The behind-the-scenes leader of the 100,000 mountains. It was not that no one had secretly studied it. It was impossible to suppress those demons and monsters in the 100,000 mountains without 2 masters in the middle Deshang stage. This was still the minimum condition. Just look at the stability of the 100,000 mountains for so many years, and there has never been a big sect to get involved. They knew that there might be more powerful people. Yang Chen actually wanted to find a master to kill them. It was simply a joke. Not to mention that the masters of the Deshang stage would not be easily killed. Even if it was the same 2 or 3 masters of the Deshang stage, it was not an easy thing to chase a master of the same level who was determined to escape. In the weighing of the palace Master Zhang Jiao and the others, perhaps Yang Chen had the opportunity to find a few masters of the Deshang stage. Gui Shanyu of the Chunying Palace, the Black Tiger of the Beast-Taming Sect, and Elder Hua Wanting of the Blue Cloud Sect. These were all owed to Yang Chen. If they did it once, there should be no big problem. However, it would be extremely difficult to kill those experts. It was easy to get rid of them, but who knew if those people would come back after they were driven away? Yang Chen couldn't let all these masters of the Deshang stage sit in the 100,000 mountains, right? This was the place that made the palace Master Zhang Jiao embarrassed. However, with so many people, it was not good to ask Yang Chen carefully, and he also knew that even if he asked, Yang Chen would not take the initiative to say it. With Liang Xiaoming, Yang Chen would never show his cards. For a time, the palace Master Zhang Jiao also began to be a little irritated. Liang Xiaoming, this guy knew how to fight for power and profit all day long. The last time he colluded with Helian Yin, it was the disciple of the Bright Moon Palace. Even a small Bright Moon Palace could not restrain him. It seemed that it was necessary to consider the new candidate for the Bright Moon Palace Master. This was the second time that the Palace Master Zhang Jiao had this idea, but the Palace Master did not say anything. The spy hidden in the Chunying Palace had not yet been found, and the Palace Master Zhang Jiao did not want to beat the grass and scare the snake at this time. When he thought that the Taishaman had actually arranged in his own sect for an unknown number of years, the Palace Master Zhang Jiao became angry. In the end, it was still the Chunyang Palace's strength that was lacking. If they had the strength of the 5-element sect, how could the Taishaman dare to be so blatant? Now Yang Chen's proposal seemed to give Chunyang Palace a chance to make friends with several big sections. What kind of friendship, brothers, marriage? What was more solid than the bond of interest? The Palace Master Zhang Jiao, who had a conclusion in his heart, looked at these people arguing without changing his expression, but in his mind he began to conceive how to get enough chips in this big cake. Humph! Whimsical! Liang Xiaoming directly gave such a comment to Yang Chen's attack. Although many others did not speak, they all had the same thought in their hearts. If it was really so easy, could the 100,000 mountains stand for thousands of years? It's not whimsical. Just say if you can take down the 100,000 mountains, is it worth it to unite a few sects? Zhu Qintao firmly stood on the side of Yang Chen, ignoring Liang Xiaoming's words, and directly asked a question. Chapter 4:25. If we can really take it, of course it's worth it. Su Qingxi nodded without hesitation. This was actually the voice of everyone. Even Liang Xiaoming agreed. Although the 100,000 mountains lacked spiritual power, it was rich in products. There were many precious resources. Who did not look at it with envy? If they could take it, who did not know that there were many benefits? The question is whether we can take it. Liang Xiaoming immediately retorted, Who? Rely on us? Plus the masters of other sects? How many masters of the Deshang stage can there be? Liang Xiaoming's words made the hearts of several elders move. Yang Chen's retreat was for the Black Tiger of the Beast-Taming Sect. It was said that the Black Tiger said that he owed Yang Chen a favor, plus Hua Wanting of the Blue Cloud Sect, plus Gui Shanyu. These were 3 masters of the Deshang stage. Since the Black Tiger predecessor and Elder Hua Wanting came out, naturally the sect behind them would not sit idly by. The Blue Cloud sect alone could not be underestimated. If these 3 sects were united, it seemed that there might be some opportunities. This disciple once got a pill recipe by chance. Yang Chen slowly said at this time, by consuming some old materials, you can refine a medicinal pill called the questioning inner heart pill. Questioning inner heart pill. Zhu Qintao was the master of the medicinal hall. He was the most enthusiastic about alchemy. When he heard that Yang Qin had a new medicinal pill, he couldn't wait to ask, "What kind of medicinal pill is this? What is its use?" Not only Zhu Qintao, but everyone else also pricked up their ears and looked at Yang Qin. At this time, when he talked about the questioning inner heart pill, it was definitely not Yang Qin's nonsense. It must be related to the 100,000 mountains, and everyone could not help but pay attention to it. This questioning inner heart pill doesn't have much use. Yang Chen whetted everyone's appetite and said slowly at some critical moments, when there is confusion in the heart, taking the questioning inner heart pill can guarantee that it will not be invaded by the devil and will increase the chance of breaking through the bottleneck. Hiss! Yang Chen said it easily, but everyone who heard it, all of them took a breath of cold air. Invulnerable to external demons and direct to one's heart. How could such a thing be useless? If he took it when he was trying to ascend from the Yuanying stage to the Mahayana stage or the Mahayana stage, wouldn't he be able to greatly improve his realm? What's the biggest problem when trying to break through a bottleneck? Wasn't it just because his Tao heart was unstable and his heart demons invaded him? Is there such a good thing? The cost of this questioning inner heart pill is too high. It needs at least 10,000 years of spirit medicine. Yang Chen saw that everyone was in a sluggish state. After a while, when everyone had accepted it, he said again, although it is effective for those below the Deshang stage, it is not worth it. To put it bluntly, this medicinal pill was for the masters of the Deshang stage, specially used when breaking through. Speaking of it, it was almost the same level as the heaven-seizing pill. However, compared with the heaven-seizing pill, the scope of application of the questioning inner heart pill was much larger. At least there would not be a master below the Deshang stage who could not withstand the medicinal power after taking it and explode to death. Of course, there were rich guys such as Yang Qin who could also take it when they were in the foundation stage or the Jiran stage. But compared with the medicinal pills made by the 10,000 years spirit medicine, this cost was a bit too high, and it was by no means affordable for ordinary foundation-building pills. Even the Yuanying stage masters would probably feel pain. However, for Yang Qin, this was not a big problem. Originally, the questioning inner heart pill was only remembered when Yang Qin and Shi Shanshan got those 10,000 years spirit medicine, and it could be used. This medicinal pill, how sure are you? The head of the palace asked the question that everyone wanted to know the most. If the raw materials are sufficient, this disciple has a 70% certainty. Yang Qin groaned and gave a number that everyone could accept. In fact, for Yang Qin, there was no problem at all with the medicinal materials. 10,000 years spirit medicine. It's not easy to handle. Zhu Qintao frowned. He had no doubt about Yang Qin's alchemy level. Up to now, when Zhu Qintao was alone in front of Yang Qin, he had a student's posture. Zhu Qintao's words were also the question that everyone thought at the same time. 1,000 years spirit medicine. Everyone could think of a way to solve it, but the spirit medicine that was tens of thousands of years old was not so easy. When this disciple and Fairyshire of the Green Jade Immortal Island went out to practice some time ago, I happened to encounter a few suitable medicinal materials. Just when everyone was scratching their heads, Yang Qin then broke out an unbelievable piece of good news. There is no problem refining a furnace of questioning inner heart pills. Everyone's pupils seemed to shrink suddenly. No one asked how many there would be in a furnace of questioning inner heart pills. But looking at Yang Chen's appearance, it was definitely not one or two. If a questioning inner heart pill could be exchanged for a master of the Deshang stage, didn't it mean that as long as Yang Qin used this furnace of questioning inner heart pills, he could exchange for a few or even more than a dozen masters of the Deshang stage? More than a dozen masters of the Deshang stage, if added to the few who already owed a favor to Yang Qin. Almost half of the famous masters of the Deshang stage in this sect had already been won over. With this kind of skill, not to mention the 100,000 mountains, even if they directly faced the Taishaman. If they risked the lives of several masters of the Dashang stage, they could destroy the Taishaman sect. In this way, didn't it mean that those people in the 100,000 mountains were already in the bag? When this conclusion appeared in their minds, everyone's heart suddenly warmed up. In this way, it seemed that the question that Yang Chen asked at the beginning was not a hypothesis. After conquering the 100,000 mountains, could the pure Yang Palace swallow it? Everyone began to weigh this issue. Now it was no longer discussing feasibility, but really considering how to deal with the aftermath and how to take the huge benefits of the 100,000 mountains into their pocket. If the 100,000 mountains could be swallowed by the Chunying Palace, then wouldn't Chunying Palace make a fortune? As long as it was managed properly, everyone believed that in less than 100 years, Chunying Palace could enter the ranks of the first-class sections. Everyone's heart began to beat rapidly. They were looking forward to the arrival of this moment. Looking at Yang Chen on the opposite side, everyone had a feeling of picking up a treasure. As soon as the questioning inner heart pill came out, the controversy of the heaven-seizing pill could all be put aside. As long as he firmly controlled this pill recipe and refining method, Yang Chen could simply walk sideways in this world. Whoever dared to offend Yang Chen meant that they had invisibly offended those masters of the Dashang stage who might need the questioning inner heart pill, as well as those masters of other levels who had huge financial resources to pay the price of the questioning inner heart pill. At that time, Yang Chen would still have to worry about the problem of life and death. Even in Chunying Palace, no one would dare to provoke him easily. Chapter 4:26. Fantasies were always beautiful, but when it came to the actual problem, everyone couldn't help but start to be disappointed. It had to be said that the foundation of Chunying Palace was still poor. Even if the 100,000 mountains were taken down, it really couldn't be defended. This was the sorrow of a small sect, and everyone had to admit this. It seemed that there was only one way. That was to give up a part of the benefits here in exchange for several big sects to advance and retreat together. In fact, the 100,000 mountains was such a big benefit. Even if it was replaced by any single big sect, there was no way to swallow it alone. After weighing this for a long time, everyone had a clear idea in their hearts. This also made everyone's mood a little better. Even those big sects couldn't do it. It was not a shameful thing that Chunying Palace couldn't do it. After having this clear understanding, there were a lot of considerations when considering which sects to form an alliance with. Which sects could unite and which sects should refuse. This was the meaning of Chunying Palace itself. Moreover, those sects that cooperated would definitely need to make a big effort. If they didn't contribute, how could they share the benefits? In this way, the pressure on Chunying Palace was greatly reduced. At least a few more questioning inner heart pills could be left for the masters of the sect. At this moment, even Liang Xiaoming's eyes were shining. If the questioning inner heart pills refined by Yang Chen could be given to him, wouldn't he be able to break through the current bottleneck of the peak Jiran stage and enter the Yuaning stage? At this time, Yang Chen stopped talking, just stood quietly, watching the reaction of the high-level officials. This kind of thing, Yang Chen couldn't make the decision. It was up to the head of the palace and the elders to decide. The Green Jade Immortal Island has always had the intention of cooperating with our sect. This time, we might as well talk about it carefully. When an elder spoke, he looked at Yang Chen with a smile. Hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly. Shi Shanshan and Yang Chen became Dao companions. Many elders were happy to see it happen, so they could also get the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island. But now there was such a link of interest. It was not a bad idea to further cooperate. At that time, even if Yang Chen was not willing, he would not have a falling out with the Green Jade Immortal Island. The Blue Cloud sect can also consider it. This time, it was the head of the palace who spoke. Similarly, there was a little smile in the eyes of the head of the palace. Yang Chen knew that this was related to Sun Qingxue. However, he couldn't speak at this time. If he could solve the matter of the two women through this matter, it would be the best ending. In fact, from the moment of Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pills, the sea and the sky in front of everyone, who to cooperate with and who not to cooperate with, it was up to the pure Yang Palace itself. Yang Chen, Yang sect is to be with, and sect it be with, was not to be with, to be, to be to cooperate, to be about it. The strength of the Taishamen is strong and they are fair. Should we also consider cooperating with the Taishamen? Liang Xiaoming suggested after the head of the palace. For more than 10 years, the law enforcement hall had not found a traitor who colluded with the Taishamen, which made Meng Xian very angry. Now that Liang Xiaoming actually said good things about the Taishamen, how could Meng Xian not be angry? In the matter of the desolate valley, where did the Taishamen show fairness? Could it be that sheltering your traitorous disciple is fair? This sentence made Liang Xiaoming speechless. He was selfish, but he did not expect that Hall Master Meng Xian would be so fiercely opposed. Not only Meng Xian, but even the head of the palace looked at Liang Xiaoming with a deep disgust in his eyes. Liang Xiaoming and some of the Taishamen had a good personal relationship. This was well known to everyone, but if he wanted to lie with his eyes open on such an occasion, it would be a joke. On the contrary, the head of the palace and Meng Xian began to focus their suspicion on Liang Xiaoming. When investigating the traitor before, the two did not doubt Liang Xiaoming. However, later, both of them felt that with Liang Xiaoming's status as the master of the Bright Moon Palace, he could also be an elder of the Chunyang Palace in the future. What was the benefit of being inferior to the Taishamen? Therefore, their doubts about Liang Xiaoming had weakened a lot. At most, they thought that he had a view of Yang Chen because of his disciple Chu Heng. Liang Xiaoming did it once last time. Now Liang Xiaoming even spared no effort to say good things about the Taishamen, which was not a good sign. The focus of the investigation in the future would be biased towards Liang Xiaoming. In fact, he sheltered the traitorous disciple of the Chunyang Palace, connived with his disciples to attack Yang Chen, and also arranged a secret chess piece in the Chunyang Palace to secretly calculate. If the head of the palace could agree to cooperate with the Taishamen, then it would be a ghost. The other elders did not know the twists and turns in this, but they intuitively agreed with Meng Xian's words. The Taishamen's calculation of the 5 elements sect had already made several other major sects dissatisfied. If they were close to the Taishamen, maybe the relationship between the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect would be destroyed. In fact, there were 2 major sects, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. If the head of the palace was willing, he could pull in the Beast Taming sect, 2 first-class sects and 2 second-rate sects. He could completely control the situation in the 100,000 mountains. However, such a big benefit would definitely arouse the coveting of many people. Under the discussion of everyone, they also came to a conclusion that it was necessary to draw in a rogue cultivator alliance. In this way, it seemed that it had been properly arranged. Of course, the premise was to eliminate those people in the 100,000 mountains. The key was when Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pill would come out. After the 100,000 mountains are in hand, there needs to be a constitution for the future management. This was the original words of the head of the palace, how to divide the various sects, whether the previous demon cultivators and monster cultivators can accept it, whether the demon sects and monster cultivators will accept it. It is necessary for several allies to sit down and discuss. Everyone agreed with this point. In the end, when was it time to talk to these sects in detail? The key to the final question was still focused on Yang Chen. It seems that Yang Chen, you have to work hard again to refine the questioning inner heart pill. The head of the palace looked at Yang Chen and smiled slightly. Since the medicinal materials are complete, how long does it take to refine the pill? If there is the help of Uncle Zhu, Yang Chen roughly estimated 2 years is enough. This is not a difficult pill to refine. Good. The head of the palace didn't even think about it. You can refine the pill with peace of mind. I know that you need fire seeds for cultivation. From tomorrow onwards, the sect will send people out to collect fire seeds for you. The sect contribution will be increased by 100,000. The sect secret pavilion will allow you to enter again. If there are any other needs, you can just mention it as long as you refine the questioning inner heart pill within 2 years. Chapter 4:27. Wait. Yang Chen was about to agree, but Liang Xiaoming shouted from the side. Everyone turned their heads strangely, and Liang Xiaoming asked, "The questioning inner heart pill refined by Yang Chen, is it Yang Chen's or the sect's?" "The material is Yang Chen's, the refining is Yang Chen's, the medicinal pill is naturally Yang Chen's." Zhu Qintao glanced at Liang Xiaoming and asked strangely, "Does Master Liang think that it should be the sect?" "With so many rewards from my sect, it is naturally considered as the sect." Liang Xiaoming certainly did not want to regard the questioning inner heart pill as Yang Chen's. If it was the sect's with his identity, he still had a chance to get one. Maybe he could rely on a medicinal pill to step into the yuanying stage. He couldn't help but play this small calculation. The benefits of the 100,000 mountains, is it not worth the rewards of these sect? Zhu Qintao sneered. Liang Xiaoming's wishful thinking. How could he not think of it? "I don't know how many can be refined. What's the point of fighting for these at this time?" The head of the palace was solemn. He glanced at Liang Xiaoming and then said, "A questioning inner heart pill. It is estimated that it is difficult to invite a master of the Deshang stage to deal with the background of the 100,000 mountains. We need to use at least 5 masters, 2 pills for each person. 10 pills are enough. Yang Chen, you carefully refine the pill. The extra, you keep it for yourself." It was justifiable to requisition 10 questioning inner heart pills from Yang Chen, but Yang Chen had no reluctance. This was the way he proposed. To a large extent, it was also to solve Yang Chen's own troubles. This disciple obeys. Yang Chen loudly accepted the order and was about to leave. He glanced at Liang Xiaoming and suddenly said, "The safety of this disciple's master, I ask the head of the palace to arrange it." "Rest assured." Palace Master Zhang Jiao nodded and promised. "Senior Brother Wang will also come out in the near future. I will arrange for your master to go to Senior Brother Wang's retreat. Shi Kuei and Xie Sha of the Hall of Eccentrics will be responsible for the protection. You can focus on alchemy." Since the other party had sought out Yang Chen, of course, he knew that Yang Chen valued Gaoyu the most. This was no secret in Chunying Palace. Everyone knew that sometimes when someone said something bad about Yang Chen, Yang Chen would just laugh it off at most. But if someone dared to say something bad about Gaoyu, Yang Chen would chase them for thousands of miles. Moreover, Gaoyu herself was also a person involved in the incident of the Sherwan Mountains. It was not guaranteed that those guys would also retaliate, so Yang Chen's worries were not groundless. The palace master also considered this point and made such an arrangement. The words of the palace master made Liang Xiaoming's idea of getting the questioning inner heart pill directly fail, but no one could say half a word. Everything was Yang Chen's idea. The raw materials were Yang Chen's, and the refining was also Yang Chen's. The sect took 10 questioning inner heart pills, which was already a big bargain. What's more, the sect still had the benefits of the Sherwan Mountains. Such a big event, even if it was the Chunying Palace, it was necessary to prepare in advance, manpower, resources, allies, and other aspects. Although Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pill had not yet begun to be refined, some greetings had to be made vaguely, lest some allies of the sect's masters could not get away or retreat. In short, everything was arranged after Yang Chen's alchemy was completed. Everyone began to get busy, and the sect of Chunying Palace directly put up a task, using the contribution of the major sect in exchange for various levels of fire seeds. The rewards were so rich that countless people were tempted. As long as it was a fire cultivator, they could use fire seeds. But not all fire cultivators had good luck and could find a flame at the level of the true sun fire. Even Yang Chen's master Gao Yu only had a kind of purple heart fire, which was one level higher than Yang Chen's earth fire. Most people had first and second grade fire seeds that were not even as good as the earth fire. Yang Chen needed fire seeds, not because Yang Chen mentioned it to the palace master, but because of Zhu Qintao. Since Zhu Qintao discovered that Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace could absorb various kinds of fire seeds and could improve its grade, he had put it in his heart. No wonder Yang Chen said before that if he wanted his pill recipe, he could exchange it with fire seeds. This profound spirit furnace was originally obtained by Zhu Qintao by chance and was later awarded to Yang Chen. Zhu Qintao had He Lianyun's pill furnace in his hand and was not jealous of Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace. Instead, he mentioned it to the palace master once. This time, the palace master also took the opportunity to seek some benefits for Yang Chen. He was generous, and the sect's contribution was not spilled, which made all the disciples salivate. Those who had fire seeds in their hands that they could not use, all of them immediately took the fire seeds to the sect to exchange for the sect's contribution. These contribution points were exchanged for spirit stones or other items provided by the sect, which was almost double the value of the pure fire seeds. Even if they exchanged the fire seeds for the contribution points first, they could still collect some of the same fire seeds at the market price in the future. It was just a waste of time. The sect collected the flames, but the faster the contribution. Everyone had the same idea. In just 10 days, they had received more than 50 kinds of first-grade fire seeds, and there were more than 20 kinds of second-grade fire seeds. When Yang Chen and Zhu Qintao entered Yang Chen's own alchemy room again, Zhu Qintao brought the fire seeds collected this time. Adding up to almost 80 kinds of fire seeds, it made Yang Chen almost happy to burst into laughter. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Yang Chen was not polite and immediately began to use the profound spirit furnace to absorb the flames. The profound spirit furnace, which was already a high-level magic weapon, had no pressure to absorb the flames of the sun true fire and the moon true fire, not to mention these low-level fire seeds. The absorption speed was very fast. 3 kinds of first-grade fire seeds a day, or 2 kinds of second-grade fire seeds. In just 1 month, Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace completely absorbed more than 80 kinds of flames. Speaking of it, there were already several high-level flames in the profound spirit furnace, but there were almost no low-level flames. With such a large number of low-level flames, although each of them did not have the immediate effect of improving the grade like the sun true fire and moon true fire, but dozens of them had also improved the grade by 1 level. The cyan crystal profound gold was also easily refined by Yang Chen this time and filled into the profound spirit furnace. In 1 month, the profound spirit furnace was once again reborn. Not only was the grade improved, but after the integration of part of the cyan crystal profound gold, the structure of the profound spirit furnace was more stable, and the ability to withstand various flames was greatly improved. Because there were many more flames that could be controlled in the profound spirit furnace, the process of alchemy was more convenient to grasp the various fires, which was the real benefit. Yang Chen held the profound spirit furnace, and the opportunity was already in his hands. After the maintenance of the universe treasure-raising secret art, Yang Chen finally cooperated with Zhu Qintao again and began to refine the questioning inner heart pill. Chapter 428. This time, it was still Zhu Qintao's disciple, the former servant of Yang Chen, He Lian, to serve. However, the difference from the last time was that from beginning to end, Zhu Qintao and He Lian were just spectators. The refining of the materials of the questioning inner heart pill and the refining of the medicinal pills were all done by Yang Chen alone. To put it bluntly, Yang Chen let Zhu Qintao and He Lian learn as much as possible when he was alchemy. Although Zhu Qintao was already a master of the Yuanying stage, He did not dare to say that he surpassed Yang Qin in the way of alchemy. He watched honestly, for fear of missing a little. As for He Lian, she was originally a servant of Yang Qin. Whether it was cultivation or fire control alchemy, she was not as good as Yang Qin. Yang Qin helped her like this. Of course, she knew what was good and bad. She served her master and Yang Qin very well and did not dare to have the slightest neglect. The questioning inner heart pill required more than a dozen kinds of raw materials that were 10,000 years old. These were all in the valley left by the howling celestial dog. When Yang Qin took out the freshly picked medicinal materials, even Zhu Qintao could not help but fall into a fanaticism. As an alchemy master, how many opportunities did he have to see the spirit medicine that was more than 10,000 years old with his own eyes, and it was such a pile at a time? When Yang Chen was preparing, Zhu Qintao patiently explained the appraisal of medicinal materials to He Lian, and at the same time he also came into contact with these rare medicinal materials with his own eyes. Yang Chen first used the earth core fire to refine all the medicinal materials. The medicinal materials that were more than 10,000 years old. The spiritual power was enough to make people dumbfounded. Not to mention anything else. Just the profound spirit furnace was repeatedly influenced by this large piece of medicinal qi, and it changed color out of thin air. From that kind of pale blue to some light green, it was amazing. It was just the spiritual power that overflowed from the refining, which made He Lian somewhat unbearable. She had to avoid it far away, and the situation of the blood and qi in her whole body eased down. Officially starting the refining, Yang Chen's fire control technique once again surprised Zhu Qintao. His eyes stared at the flame in the profound spirit furnace, and he could not move away. This time, Yang Chen used the method of controlling the fire like earth and controlling the fire like wood. The questioning inner heart pill was about making people's heart as still as water, pointing directly to the heart and not being attacked by external demons. Naturally, the most quiet of the 5 elements, the earth and wood, was the most suitable. However, even though he was a dual cultivator of earth and wood, his origin was still fire. At the bottom of the profound spirit furnace, there was a flame as tight as the earth. It was composed of the combination of the earth fire and the ice flame. The medicinal liquid refined by the earth fire was spread on the top. Under the action of the 2 flames, it was like a magma that had just melted, slowly softening and flowing. A miniature Bodhi tree, transformed from the dark wood flame, pierced through the medicinal liquid, taking root in the earth flame and the ice flame. The medicinal liquid, close to the trunk of this flame Bodhi tree, was slightly boiling, and the firepower was passed to other parts little by little. Under the Bodhi tree was the most suitable place for people to meditate and cultivate. Under this kind of tree, one could safely meditate, and at the same time the mood was calm. The dark wood flame transformed into a Bodhi tree. But it took this Zen and integrated it into the questioning inner heart pill, which was just in line with the medicinal properties of the questioning inner heart pill. Of course, it was not that the dark wood flame transformed into a Bodhi tree could achieve such an effect. The key was that the subtle flame of the dark wood flame, when boiling the surrounding medicinal liquid, also engraved a tiny calming array directly in the medicinal liquid of the medicinal elixir. Every single drop of the medicinal liquid contained the tiniest of mind calming arrays. This was the most fundamental reason. The dark wood flame could only make the small circle of medicinal liquid around the trunk boil at a time, but it could not make all the medicinal liquid feel the firepower. This required Yang Chen's precise control, little by controlling the other 2 flames, so that all the medicinal liquid was baptized by the dark wood flame. This process alone would take at least a year. The questioning inner heart pill could make people invulnerable to foreign devils, relying on this Bodhi Zen. In the same way, the coldness brought by the ice flame could also keep people awake at all times, which was the reason for pointing directly to the heart. Naturally, the ice flame also had the use of the ice flame, which was also a formation composed of extremely fine flames. However, Relying on the effect of the formation alone was not enough to support the function of the questioning inner heart pill. The real key role was the medicinal power of these 10,000-year-old medicinal materials under the mutual assistance of the monarch and minister. Otherwise, those masters of the Dashang stage could also set up the formation. Wouldn't it be easy to achieve the effect of the questioning inner heart pill? In the end, the huge and continuous supply of spiritual power was the root of everything. The medicinal power of the monarch and minister, coupled with a combination of various factors, had achieved the questioning inner heart pill's reputation. It was precisely because Yang Chen had absorbed the ice flame and the dark wood flame last time that he had such great confidence in refining the questioning inner heart pill. Even if Zhu Chentao watched Yang Chen refining the questioning inner heart pill from beginning to end, it was not so easy for him to do it again. Not to mention that the raw materials were difficult to find. Such a superb technique of controlling the fire was not something that Zhu Chintao could reproduce. The whole refining process, Zhu Chintao could only describe it as amazing. Yang Chen's current technique of controlling the fire simply made him not know how to describe it. Now, Zhu Chintao and He Lian only believed in one thing. As long as they followed the path of controlling the fire that Yang Chen had taught them before, the road ahead was far from the end. There would no longer be a situation where Zhu Chentao thought that his Jedon stage was already an insurmountable peak a long time ago. A year's time was only enough for Yang Chen to add enough formations to those medicinal liquids. For the rest of the time, Yang Chen still needed to complete the final refining of the questioning inner heart pill. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Yang Chen did not use a high-level flame, but one of the first grade fire seeds that happened to be collected this time. The low-key and restrained flames allowed the final step to be calm, yet it still maintained a strong heat from beginning to end. Originally, Yang Chen thought that he had to use the jade phosphorus fire to do this, but now with these low-level flames it was more suitable and the success rate of the medicinal pill was higher. Finally, after 10 months, Yang Chen began the final steps of collecting the pills. The dazzling method of collecting the pills, Zhu Chintao could barely understand a little bit. He Lian was purely caught in the fog and did not understand why Yang Chen's techniques were used. However, at this critical moment of collecting the pills, no one dared to disturb Yang Chen easily. Both of them looked at Yang Chen carefully and waited until Yang Chen completed all the movements and collected the flames. In the profound spirit furnace, a shining light with the thickness of a bucket was suddenly shot out. The dazzling beam of light directly broke the roof and rushed straight to the sky. The spiritual energy in the fierce sun courtyard seemed to be suddenly attracted by something, and it madly concentrated on the side of the profound spirit furnace. Chapter 429. The huge movement directly alarmed everyone in Meiqing Mountain. The beam of light that went straight to the sky was hundreds of miles high, and within 1,000 miles it could be seen clearly. The spiritual power fluctuations were extremely violent, but to everyone's surprise, such a huge spiritual power seemed to be suppressed by a terrifying force, calmly but massively rushing to the place where the beam of light appeared. The people in the fierce sun courtyard had already been alarmed, and even the main hall of Chunying Palace had dozens of figures flying up. In less than a moment, the head of the palace and several elders had already arrived at the fierce sun courtyard. The beam of light lasted for a long time, and in the night sky it was unusually eye-catching. Almost everyone present was an expert. Everyone could feel the huge and calm spiritual power, but no one made any further moves. Everyone knew that this was the final stage of Yang Chen's refining of the questioning inner heart pill. It was not very clear whether it was successful or not, but if nothing else, just the fact that the medicinal pill could absorb the spiritual power so calmly had already explained many problems. This questioning inner heart pill really deserved its reputation. This situation lasted for an hour, and the shining beam of light slowly dissipated, and the spiritual power of the fierce sun courtyard finally returned to normal. Then everyone heard the laughter of Yang Chen, Zhu Qintao, and He Lian. The head of the palace and the others outside were relieved. It seemed that the refining of the questioning inner heart pill was successful. They just didn't know how many pills were produced this time. Such a movement, Yang Qin knew that it would definitely alarm many people, so he did not stay in his own pill room for long, and soon walked out with Zhu Qintao and He Lian. Seeing the head of the palace, the three immediately saluted. The head of the palace smiled and nodded back, then stopped Zhu Qintao's attempt to speak and took them to the Fierce Sun Courtyard's meeting hall, along with several elders. After laying down the restriction, the head of the palace asked, "How many pills were refined in this furnace?" In fact, not only the head of the palace, the other elders also wanted to know this question. But because there were too many people, they didn't ask. This was also the reason for stopping Zhu Qintao. "Fortunately, there are 15 pills," Yang Qin replied with a smile. Zhu Qintao nodded vigorously at the side. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that there were 15 of them. As long as there were more than 10, according to the original plan, they could find 5 masters of the Deshang stage. In this way, they would have more confidence in dealing with the 100,000 mountains. In the past 2 years of Yang Chen's alchemy, no one knew whether it was because the Yuaning master was killed that made Shirwan Mountain afraid, or because Chunyang Palace was secretly looking for the secret backer of Shirwan Mountain to clear up a large number of disciples who had disappeared in Shirwan Mountain in the past, making them unable to take care of themselves. In short, for Chunyang Palace, Shirwan Mountain did not have much action. With these questioning inner heart pills, the things that had been agreed upon with several sects could also enter the next stage. However, one thing that made everyone wonder was whether this questioning inner heart pill had the effect that Yang Qin said. The promise of 2 questioning inner heart pills to each master of the Deshang stage was actually based on this consideration. One was to let the other party verify the efficacy of the questioning inner heart pill. For these masters of the Deshang stage, hearsay was never as real as feeling the efficacy in person. These were all taken care of by the head of the palace. The jade bottle with 10 questioning inner heart pills was handed over to the head of the palace. But everyone's eyes were still looking at Yang Qin. It seemed that they all wanted to know how Yang Chen would deal with the remaining 5 questioning inner heart pills. There was no way. Yang Chen's description was really tempting, and most of the elders had actually been troubled in the Yuaning stage for too long. The emergence of the questioning inner heart pill made everyone see a glimmer of light. How could Yang Qin not guess the thoughts of the elders? He smiled slightly and said, "The materials of this questioning inner heart pill are still enough for this disciple to refine a furnace. The elders can't use it for the time being. After a few decades, when the elders break through the Yuaning stage bottleneck and feel that it is needed, this disciple will refine it again." These words were appropriate, and the group of elders immediately felt that it was very useful. But Yang Chen immediately continued, "However, this raw material is too precious. Elders, when breaking through the Yuaning stage, don't waste the medicinal power of the questioning inner heart pill. Is it feasible?" What kind of problem was this? The questioning inner heart pill was so precious. Using it to break through the Yuaning stage bottleneck was already a bit of a waste. Who would be willing to waste it on the bottleneck of the Jiran stage? Moreover, the elders were already masters of the Yuaning stage. They could point out those disciples who couldn't break through the Jiran stage. There was no need to waste the questioning inner heart pill. No one objected to this proposal, and they all nodded silently. The head of the palace also asked this next batch of medicinal pills, "Are you going to dedicate it to the sect?" "Exactly." Yang Qin nodded. "However, for the time being, no one in the sect can use it, and this disciple's cultivation base is not enough. Refining a furnace wastes a lot of raw materials. After 30 years, this disciple will open another furnace. It is estimated that I can get more than now." Although Yang Chen's refining technique was superb, his cultivation base limited Yang Chen. This point everyone understood. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this time he wanted to completely solve the problem of the 100,000 mountains, this questioning inner heart pill Yang Chen would never easily take it out. This is your thing. If you take it out, how do you want the sect to reward you? The head of the palace got the promise of Yang Chen. Naturally, he was happy and immediately talked about the reward. This disciple doesn't ask for anything else. I have 2 requirements. Yang Chen was not the kind of person who selflessly contributed to the sect. Unless the head of the sect was his master, it might be possible. He immediately made a request first. I also ask the sect to continue to purchase the fire seeds that this disciple doesn't have. But in the future, if there is something in the 100,000 mountains that the disciple likes, the disciple can buy it at the market price. These 2 conditions were not a big problem. To buy the fire seeds, as long as the sect issued a task, it would be very simple. However, the latter condition was a bit troublesome. After all, the 100,000 mountains would be jointly controlled by several sects in the future. If he wanted to have priority in things, he would have to agree to some other conditions. However, compared with a furnace of questioning inner heart pills, these conditions were really nothing. Yang Chen's purchase was limited, and it was still according to the market price. It was not a strong demand. If even this couldn't be done, then the Chunyang Palace didn't have to compete for the 100,000 mountains. Good. The head of the palace didn't even need the consent of the elders and directly nodded to agree to Yang Chen's request. What a joke! It would be strange if the elders didn't agree to it. Although everyone agreed very happily, everyone knew that the condition that Yang Chen had just made was simply to prevent some people from thinking about the questioning inner heart pills. Chapter 430. When Liang Xiaoming, the master of the Bright Moon Palace, heard about the questioning inner heart pill, he asked who owned those questioning inner heart pills. Almost without asking, he knew what his intention was. However, Yang Chen agreed with everyone that the questioning inner heart pill could not be used by disciples in the Jian stage. It was impossible for Liang Xiaoming to rely on the questioning inner heart pill to jump over the bottleneck of the Jian stage. Even the head of the palace secretly sighed in his heart. Yang Chen was good at everything, but the people of the Bright Moon Palace were not pleasing to the eye. Of course, it was also related to the previous disciple, Chu Heng. If he knew this, he would not have let Chu Heng continue to be a disciple, and it would be better than the current situation. Fortunately, none of the elders would pursue this matter, not even Liang Xiaoming's master, Lin Yunfeng. If they really let Liang Xiaoming use the questioning inner heart pill, it was estimated that Lin Yunfeng himself would be reluctant. The medicinal pills that could help the masters of the Deshang stage to cross the tribulation were wasted on the Jian stage. It was really a waste of talent. The elders happily went to work. With the guarantee of Yang Chen, almost everyone could be said to be full of confidence, and they had a stronger expectation of breaking through the Yuanying stage. This situation was the same as when Wang Yong got the heaven-seizing pill. The confidence of the foundation was an important medium for the cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. It was conceivable that when these elders' cultivation base was inflated, their confidence was inflated, and after the 100,000 mountains were also taken down, the power of Chunyang Palace would expand, which would also bring more confidence to Chunyang Palace, and Chunyang Palace would become more and more powerful. Naturally, the more resources there were, the faster the development of the sect, and the greater the power of the sect, the more resources they would occupy. This was a process of mutual promotion. Unconsciously, Yang Chen had let Chunyang Palace embark on a completely different path from his previous life. After the elders dispersed, Yang Chen asked to see the head of the palace alone. What made the head of the palace very surprised was that Yang Chen directly sent a questioning inner heart pill, indicating that it was for the head of the palace. Last time, Yang Chen told the head of the palace that he was advised to find a dual cultivation companion, which could speed up the speed of cultivation and also improve the realm of cultivation. This time, he directly sent a questioning inner heart pill. With the care of the head of the palace to Yang Chen, Yang Chen was willing to give a questioning inner heart pill. Moreover, he came this time, in addition to filial piety to the head of the palace, there was one more thing. That was to report his own opinions on the handling of the remaining 5 questioning inner heart pills. Although everyone has the guarantee that Yang Chen will open another batch of questioning inner heart pills after 30 years, it does not guarantee that people will be more worried. In addition to these, Yang Chen knew that Liang Xiaoming definitely wanted to find a way to get a questioning inner heart pill from his hands. Of course, he would not let Liang Xiaoming succeed. 5 questioning inner heart pills. Yang Chen filial piety to the head of the palace, and the remaining one was intended to be filial piety to his master ancestor Wang Yong. These 2 people, one was the head of Chunying Palace, and the other was Yang Chen's master ancestor. No matter from which aspect, Yang Chen's filial piety to the 2 of them could afford it. Moreover, not many people dared to take ideas from them. For the remaining 3, Yang Chen also arranged their whereabouts. This time, it was definitely necessary to trouble the Black Tiger predecessor and Elder Huang Wanting. Although they owed Yang Chen a favor, after all, he was asking them to deal with a master of the Deshang stage, so it was not good to open their mouths. A questioning inner heart pill, to express their gratitude, compared with the treatment of 2 questioning inner heart pills for other masters of the Deshang stage, it was also considered an explanation. As for the last one, it was naturally reserved for the master of the Deshang stage in Chunying Palace, the old tree demon Gui Shanyu. He was also the main force of the battle, and Yang Chen had long said that he would help him ascend. A questioning inner heart pill could make the old tree demon's cultivation base more refined, which was even more beneficial to Chunying Palace. In this way, the head of the palace had no opinion at all. It was Yang Chen's own thing. How to deal with it was Yang Chen's own business. What's more, Yang Chen also filial piety to himself. The remaining 2 were Wang Yong and the old tree demon, which were the benefits of Chunying Palace themselves. The only 2 were given to outsiders, and it was also to make Chunying Palace have a better reputation. How could the head of the palace not be satisfied? The reason why he did not mention it when the elders were present was that he was afraid that those people would have any selfish intentions in their hearts and obstruct them. Now that the head of the palace nodded, he would naturally talk to those elders, and Yang Chen would not become the object of having a questioning inner heart pill in his hands. It was not something that Yang Chen could decide. After dealing with the things in his hands, Yang Chen began to absorb and refine the newly obtained fire seeds while waiting for the sect to negotiate with other sects. The 1st and 2nd grade fire seeds were not only not difficult for the profound spirit furnace, but also for Yang Chen himself. There was no difficulty. After several kinds of flames, there was no pressure at all to integrate these low-level flames. Now, Yang Chen's situation was that the 4th fire was strong and the 3rd fire was weak. However, in the low-level flames, the 3rd fire was stronger than the 4th fire. After the complete absorption and fusion, this imbalance would change slightly and tend to be consistent. However, after all, there were 2 kinds of fire seeds in the 3rd grade, and the final result was still the 4th fire. This was certain. Gao Yu was waiting on Wang Yong's side, and Yang Chen did not disturb him. He greeted the old tree demon, and Yang Chen directly placed the profound spirit furnace in the alchemy room that was broken by the light of the furnace. He sat on the black jade futon and began the process of absorption and fusion. Starting from the 1st grade fire seed, the profound spirit furnace stably preserved different fire seeds, one by one, and a trace entered Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen would absorb and fuse them with the 3rd fire spirit power and the 4th fire spirit power according to the different attributes of the fire seeds. The grade of the flame was not high, and the time it took for Yang Chen to fuse each flame was not very long. The 1st grade flame could be fused in less than 10 days. With each fusion, Yang Chen's original flame intensity would increase by a point, and his spiritual power would become more powerful. More than 50 kinds of 1st grade flames were all absorbed, But whether it was the third fire spirit power or the fourth fire spirit power, they were only constantly changing in quantity, but they did not reach the point where Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base could be improved. The real qualitative change was after the absorption of those second-grade fire seeds. The third fire spirit power directly broke through two small levels, from the foundation stage 5th layer to the foundation stage 7th layer. The fourth fire spirit power also improved again from the foundation stage 7th layer and entered the realm of the foundation stage 8th layer. The continuous improvement of the fire attribute spirit power also led to the chain improvement of other attributes of spirit power. Originally, other spiritual powers stayed in the realm of the foundation stage 4th layer. But after this time, all of them advanced by leaps and bounds and collectively stepped into the realm of the foundation stage 5th layer. The whole Yang Chen's overall cultivation base was abruptly upgraded by at least one level. Chapter 431. Absorbing the fire seed was not only to improve his spiritual power. The most important thing was that the yin-yang heaven-burning fire that Yang Chen needed to integrate a large number of yin-yang flames to be completed. The improvement of spiritual power was only one of the aspects. Great changes have taken place in his sea of consciousness, and each kind of flame appeared separately in his sea of consciousness. Because of the wood fire, all the newly absorbed flames were all inlaid on the trunk of the Penglai divine wood like stars. From a distance, it looked like the fruits of the Penglai divine wood. The area of his sea of consciousness has not expanded, but his spiritual awareness has improved wildly. Last time, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had reached the peak of the early Yuanying stage. Now it has directly exceeded this limit and entered the ranks of the middle Yuanying stage. It must be said that the three purities secret art was really a powerful and heaven-defying secret art. Only the Tao ancestor, like the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, could come up with it. Up to now, Yang Chen had only cultivated to the third layer of the three purities secret art, and he had not yet fully exerted the powerful effect of the three purities secret art. He really didn't know what kind of terrifying situation it would be when it was cultivated to the highest level. Yang Chen was cultivating here, but within several big sects in the outside world, there was a secret uproar. The first to be promoted were the two big sects of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. Chunyang Palace would not tell everyone with great fanfare that the sect was going to have an idea on the 100,000 mountains. After the master of the palace secretly contacted the two sect masters, he put forward this intention. At the same time, it was also mentioned that Yang Chen refined the questioning inner heart pill. The two major sects were not small sects that had never seen the world. They did not feel that there was anything unacceptable about the ambition of Chunyang Palace. What really surprised them was the questioning inner heart pill. It could make the masters of the Deshang stage invulnerable to the invasion of the devil, and greatly improve the probability of the masters of the Deshang stage to ascend. Was really what a junior in the foundation stage could refine? The heaven-seizing pill could also help people cross the tribulation. But relatively speaking, the strength of the heaven-seizing pill itself had the ability to cross the tribulation. It was equivalent to sharing a part or even a large part of the power of the tribulation for the person crossing the tribulation. Strictly speaking, this could be considered as relying on external objects, and it would not be of much help to the cultivation of the person undergoing the tribulation. But the questioning inner heart pill was different. It allowed people to guard their original heart, resist the external demons, and increase their own mental cultivation. Although it did not directly improve the spiritual power of the user, but after taking it, in the situation of pointing to the original heart, as long as it was cultivated properly, it was definitely a super killer weapon to improve the overall realm. Does such a thing really exist? The two sect heads didn't believe it at first, but when the mysterious light beam of the Chunyang Palace's Laiyang courtyard rushed straight into the sky for hundreds of miles, and after a long time, the news reached the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. The two sect heads immediately realized that this was the refining of some peerless magic weapon or peerless elixir in Chunying Palace. Otherwise, there would be no such celestial phenomenon. Then, the head of the Chunying Palace once again visited the two major sects, but this time he came with the questioning inner heart pill. He even promised very generously that if the masters of the Deshang stage of the two major sects came out, everyone could get 2 questioning inner heart pills. Of course, no one would believe it, but this time the head of the Chunying Palace brought the real thing, and the most irresistible thing was that he even allowed the 2 major sects to send a master of the Deshang stage to personally try the efficacy of the questioning inner heart pill. No one would doubt that the head of the Chunying Palace would personally come to other people's site with poison to murder the masters of other sections. Therefore, the 2 major sects happily accepted this proposal to test the medicine. Interestingly, the masters sent by the 2 major sects were all known to Yangchen. The Green Jade Immortal Island's leader in the last calamity of the demonic cultivation was Min Hua Feng, Elder Min, and the Blue Cloud sect's leader was Sun Qingshue's master, Elder Hua Wanting. Elder Min Hua Feng, under the gaze of several core elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island, took the questioning inner heart pill with some disbelief. Including the head of the Chunying Palace, who was an outsider, all the masters present were nervously staring at Elder Min Huafeng, for fear that she would make any mistakes. Was it refined by Shanshan's Tao companion? After the questioning inner heart pill was taken, there was not much reaction. Min Huafeng just smiled and did not blame Yang Chen, the alchemist master. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Chen's experience with Shi Shanshan last time. The last time the 2 of them went out, they were very tacit. Let's settle things. After saying these words, the onlookers seemed to be a little disappointed, but they also seemed to be a little relaxed. Although it seemed that the questioning inner heart pill did not have the effect that Yang Chen said, at least there was no poison, and Elder Min was not harmed. Just when everyone thought that this was the end of the matter, Elder Min Huafeng suddenly exclaimed, "How could this be?" Then she didn't say anything more. She directly sat cross-legged on the ground, put on a cultivation posture, and instantly fell into cultivation. The people around looked at each other. They didn't know what had happened. The only thing that was certain was that Elder Min was not hurt, but was cultivating normally. What's going on? Elder Min directly fell into meditation, and the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island could only turn to the head of the Chunying Palace and ask. The poor head of the palace, he didn't know what the questioning inner heart pill looked like. Although he already had a filial gift from Yangchen in his hand, at this time his cultivation base was not enough. How could he be willing to waste it? When the island master asked, he could only shake his head in confusion, indicating that he was not very clear. For a time, the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island were a little dissatisfied. This was clearly the people of the Chunying Palace who took the Deshang stage master of the Green Jade Immortal Island to test the efficacy. Even if they had not eaten something, they actually brought it over? If it weren't for Elder Min Huafeng, who had been in the state of cultivation, there was no difference at all. Maybe the elders would have some fiery words come out. The head of the palace was also in a cold sweat, and he complained a little about Yangchen in his heart, since he said the effect of the pill, but he didn't say the situation after taking the pill. He really deserved to be beaten. But in the mind of the head of the palace, there was no expectation. If the questioning inner heart pill really worked, what kind of change would Elder Min Huafeng have? Elder Min's cultivation lasted for half a year, and it really surprised everyone. In order to avoid someone disturbing Elder Min, the Green Jade Immortal Island even directly closed the island that received distinguished guests, causing many sects to inquire about what happened in the end. There would be such an arrangement. Chapter 432. The master of the palace could only stay here and wait silently. If he knew this result, he should have made more preparations. Now he could only rely on the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island to give some news to the Chunying Palace. The person who contacted the Chunying Palace naturally fell on Shi Shanshan, who had an appointment with Yangchen. Unfortunately, Shi Shanshan ran back and forth several times. Yang Chen was in retreat, and there was no chance to see Yang Chen. On the contrary, she frequently went in and out of the Chunying Palace several times to pass the words of the master of the palace, giving all the disciples of the Chunying Palace the illusion that the master of the palace had already agreed to the matters between Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan. It was not known how many people secretly envied Yang Chen's good luck with women. Fairy Shi, who was famous all over the world, although her character looked a little cold, she could really be called a stunning beauty. She had a high cultivation base and was born in a famous family. Yang Chen did not know how much merit he had accumulated to be able to exchange for the favor of the fairy. For half a year, the high-level members of the Chunying Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island were in a state of uneasiness and great expectation, and they slowly passed by. Finally, on this day, Elder Min suddenly took a long breath, snorted softly, stopped her cultivation, and slowly opened her eyes. Several elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island were almost guarding here. Seeing Elder Min wake up, they were overjoyed and hurriedly informed the island master and the master of the palace. The two of them rushed over quickly. Elder Min seemed to be drifting in an indescribable state and did not say a word. The group of people looked nervously at the state of Elder Min. They wanted to ask but were afraid to disturb Elder Min. All of them had an expression of hesitation. If outsiders saw the senior members of the Green Jade Immortal Island frowning and anxious, it was estimated that they would think that the Green Jade Immortal Island had a disaster. It's a pity. Elder Min finally spoke, but when she opened her mouth, she shocked the head of the palace. Elder Min sighed. She seemed to feel that it was not enough. She shook her head and added, "What a pity!" The head of the palace was disheartened. It seemed that this questioning inner heart pill did not play the role that Yang Chen said. Otherwise Elder Min would not have such a regretful performance. He thought that Elder Min suddenly meditated and cultivated for half a year. This was the credit of the questioning inner heart pill. But now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Perhaps the matter of the Grand Myriad Mountains would have to go down the drain. Yang Chen, this little guy, thought these days that he could cure the injury of the Black Tiger predecessor, and he could refine the medicinal pill used by the masters of the Deshang stage. It was a bit arrogant. Of course, the head of the palace was also blaming himself. He also blamed himself for believing in Yang Chen's previous performance. So there would be such a mistake. He let the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island laugh at him for no reason, especially when he sent himself to the door. When he was blaming himself, Elder Min Huafeng stood up and suddenly bowed to the head of the palace. This action made the head of the palace somewhat at a loss, and he even forgot to return the salute. This was a master of the Deshang stage, a senior. How could she salute to a younger generation? Could it be? What a powerful questioning inner heart pill. This was the sigh of Elder Min after the salute. After the praise, she regretted it. It's a pity that it was taken too early. Uncle? The island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island had already asked in surprise. Elder Min clearly showed that the questioning inner heart pill had played a role. It's a pity that a good medicinal pill was wasted. Elder Min sighed again, and then said to the crowd, "I have broken through to the middle Deshang stage." Boom! Even if the elders and the sect master were all Yuanying stage ancestors, after hearing the words of Min Huafeng, there was still a burst of exclamation. The head of the palace was directly shocked by the words of Elder Min, and he couldn't say a word. Elder Min Huafeng's cultivation base has been trapped in the middle Deshang stage for a long time, and even in the battle of the demonic arts Great Tribulation, she could not break through. Unexpectedly, under the effect of a questioning inner heart pill, in just half a year, she broke through and entered the late Deshang stage. This was also the reason why the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island exclaimed. A questioning inner heart pill made Elder Min break through the bottleneck of the middle Deshang stage, but there was no sign of any phenomenon. This simply subverted all their previous cognition. After consuming the elixir, I subconsciously hid my chi and focused all my attention. The spiritual energy in my body is like my fingers and arms without any leakage. How could there be any phenomenon? Elder Min was the person who took the medicine and naturally had the deepest understanding. She explained in detail, "It's a pity that the medicine was taken too early. Otherwise, it would be better to take it when I am in the late stage bottleneck or before ascending. It would be much better than wasting it here." This explanation finally made everyone understand why Elderman would sigh with regret after waking up. Such a powerful medicinal pill. Even when breaking through the middle Deshang stage bottleneck, it was a pity. The head of the palace suddenly felt that if he planned to rely on this medicinal pill to cross the Yin fire tribulation and enter the Deshang stage, wouldn't it be more wasteful? Of course. This idea only turned in the mind of the head of the palace. Yang Qin said that after 30 years, there would be a furnace of questioning inner heart pills. Even if the questioning inner heart pill was precious in other sect in Chunyang Palace, it was not a precious thing. At the thought of this, the idea of scolding Yang Qin that had just risen has long been thrown away by the palace master. He was thinking about how to make good use of this questioning inner heart pill to discuss the price with the Green Jade Immortal Island again. In that case, this time my Green Jade Immortal Island will send 3 Deshang stage elders to the 100,000 mountains. The powerful effect of the questioning inner heart pill, coupled with the rich benefits of the 100,000 mountains, directly made the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island nod. How to respond next? How to do it? Please plan more. In these words, even the command was handed over to the hands of the Chunyang Palace. This was something that had never happened before. In the mind of the head of the palace at the beginning, even the Green Jade Immortal Island only needed to discuss with the Chunyang Palace. He never expected that in this kind of cooperation he could also occupy the active side. The Green Jade Immortal Island was even happier. The questioning inner heart pill was really powerful. The bottleneck of the middle Deshang stage was so easily broken through. If the Green Jade Immortal Island had the remaining 5 in the conditions, then not counting the 3 Deshang stage masters who used 1 each when they ascended, the remaining 2 were enough to add at least 2 Deshang stage masters to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if the questioning inner heart pill was not used when they ascended, it meant that there would be another Deshang stage master. Even if the 3 Deshang stage masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island had ascended, they were still second to none in the big sections. The relationship between Yang Qin, a promising alchemist master, and Shi Shanshan must not be destroyed. Whoever dared to destroy it would be the enemy of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Chapter 433. The cooperation with the Green Jade Immortal Island was successfully reached. When the head of the palace appeared in the blue cloud sect again, his waist had been straightened a lot. The same conditions, 2 questioning inner heart pills for a master of the Deshang stage. If there was a problem, he could test the effect of 1 pill first. The encounter in the Green Jade Immortal Island, the head of the palace also selectively said the point was that after Elder Min Huafeng took the questioning inner heart pill, she directly broke through the middle Deshang stage bottleneck in 6 months and entered the realm of the late Deshang stage. This was agreed by Elder Min, but it could only be said to the high-level members of the Blue Cloud sect. For the words of the head of the palace, the Blue Cloud sect did not doubt it. In fact, the news from the Green Jade Immortal Island at the same time had confirmed that Chunyang Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island had reached an agreement, indicating that the words of the head of the palace were very credible. However, for the Blue Cloud sect, no matter how good the effect of the questioning inner heart pill was, it was also said by the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Chunyang Palace. If they did not personally send someone to try it, they would never accept it so easily. At least after the people in the sect had personally tested it, they could have a clear understanding of the real effect of the questioning inner heart pill. Elder Hua Wanning had just come out of seclusion to train son Qingxiwei, an excellent disciple. and she happened to be the only one among the several masters of the Deshang stage in the Blue Cloud sect who was not in seclusion. At this time, of course, it was not easy to disturb the retreat of the masters of other sect. Naturally, the opportunity to test the medicine fell on the head of Elder Hua Wanting. With the experience of the last time in the Green Jade Immortal Island, this time the arrangement of the head of the palace was much more adequate. Not only did he bring an elder with him, but there were also 2 disciples in the Jedon stage as messengers. Before Elder Hua Wanting took the medicine, the head of the palace had discussed with the high-level members of the Blue Cloud sect. During the period of cultivation after taking the medicine, the head of the palace would first return to the Chunyang Palace, leaving the elder to be responsible for communication on the Blue Cloud sect side. However, even with full preparation, the reaction of Elder Hua Wanting after taking the medicine was completely different from that of Elder Min Huafeng, and it still shocked the head of the palace. Elder Min Huafeng sat down to cultivate on the spot, but Elder Hua's performance was not this kind of peaceful cultivation at all. Instead, he displayed a non-cultivating battle state. Although he did not seem to make any big movements, the surrounding people could feel a strong battle intent, which was very puzzling. If Yang Qin was here, he would definitely understand that Elder Hua Wanting and Elder Min Huafeng had different experiences, so naturally they would behave differently. Before Elder Hua Wanting was promoted to the Deshang stage, she had been fighting with the Blood Phantom Vine for hundreds of years, and she had been in a state of combat. After persisting in this state for more than 100 years, the state that Elder Hua Wanting was most able to concentrate was in this battle state. For this reason, such a situation was not surprising. Because of the different performance of Elder Hua, the head of the palace had to stay for a few more days to see the situation and then leave. Therefore, the 2 sides, in a very natural situation, talked about the questioning inner heart pills alchemist Yang Qin. Your disciple, Yang Qin, and my sect's genius disciple, Sun Qingxue, have several connections. The head of the Blue Cloud sect also said this in a very natural tone. Sun Qingxue intends to become a dual cultivation Dao companion with your sect's Yang Qin. I don't know if the head of the palace can help? This. The head of the palace couldn't help but ponder. Last time, Yang Qin had already told him about Sun Qingxue. He thought that Sun Qingxue was just talking about it, but now it was actually the head of the Blue Cloud sect who personally proposed it. This nature was different. To be honest, the Jedon stage disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Shi Shanshan, also intends to become a Dao companion with Yang Qin. After the palace master Zhang Jiao groaned, he simply no longer hesitated and directly said his own difficulties. You see, this is not very easy to deal with. What's not easy to handle? The Blue Cloud sect was a big sect. It was full of confidence. It was not as weak as the Chunyang Palace. The head of the sect said very domineeringly, Sun Qingxue's with spirit root is full value, and her cultivation is just the same as Yang Qin. Wood feeds fire, and the attributes are mutually reinforcing. It is not like Shi Shanshan's metal attribute, and her cultivation base is so much worse. And the age difference is also so much. Is it suitable? Moreover, my family's little Shui, her appearance is not worse than that girl Shanshan, right? Listening to the domineering words of the Blue Cloud sect head, the head of the palace could not help but smile bitterly. The head of the Blue Cloud sect had the confidence to say so, but he had no way to do it. And it seemed that the 2 women were interested in Yang Qin at the same time. In fact, the best way was for Yang Qin to accept both beauties, so that there would be no more trouble. Unfortunately, Yang Qin seemed to be determined. Such a heavenly Dao companion. He actually wanted to push it out. The affairs of the disciples. Let the disciples solve it themselves. As a last resort, the head of the palace could only use the excuse of the Green Jade Immortal Island to deal with the Blue Cloud sect. It can be done, but the Chunyang Palace can't favor one and discriminate against the other. The head of the Blue Cloud sect seemed to be relatively easy to talk to, but this preference made the head of the palace confused. Last time Yang Qin and Shi Shanshan traveled together for more than a year. The head of the Blue Cloud sect did not keep him guessing, and directly said, "It is said that it is the intention of the two sects. My family's little Shui also wants such an arrangement. It is not difficult, right?" Well, this is easy to say. It is not difficult. The head of the palace promised, but in his heart he once again scolded Yang Qin. Little bastard, two fairy-like beauties. Both of them were genius cultivators with full spiritual root value. They all wanted to be Tao companions, but he still made all sorts of excuses, making the head of the palace in a dilemma. When he went back, he must talk to Yang Qin about this matter. Yang Qin did not know that he had once again become the target of the two-sex competition. But this time it was not for his questioning inner heart pills, but for him as a son-in-law. Fortunately, after Yang Chen completed the alchemy, he began to absorb and integrate other fire seeds and retreated for cultivation. The head of the palace did not disturb him. Elder Hua Wanning's trial lasted for more than a year, which was twice as long as that of Elder Min Huafeng. This made the people who were waiting on the side and probably knew the time of Elder Min's cultivation were a little worried. Fortunately, Elder Hua's aura had been very stable, so everyone did not panic but waited quietly. A year later, Elder Hua Wanting, like Elder Min Huafeng, ended this time's questioning inner heart cultivation. Coincidentally, the first sentence of Elder Hua Wanting after completing the cultivation was exactly the same as that of Elder Min. What a pity! As soon as she opened her mouth, she sighed, which directly made everyone's heart jump. Everyone had not seen Min Huafeng's cultivation, and the only person who had seen it was the head of the palace. Elder Hua's sentence almost shocked everyone. Chapter 434. It really is a good thing. Elder Hua Wanning did not let everyone worry too much. After sighing, she quickly said the result after she took the medicine. Although my cultivation base has improved, I still haven't broken through. It's a pity that this questioning inner heart pill, if I took it when I was in a bottleneck, the effect would be better. Invulnerable to external devils, direct to the heart, the questioning inner heart pill really deserves its reputation, Elder Hua said, and began to praise the effect of the questioning inner heart pill refined by Yang Qin. This little guy and I have a good fate. No, my little Shui must become a Tao companion with him. The elder of Chunying Palace, who stayed behind, heard for the first time that Sun Qingxue also wanted to double cultivate with Yang Qin. Under the surprise, he couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of dog-shit luck did this kid Yang Qin have? Two talented and beautiful women would compete to double cultivate with him. In any case, the Blue Cloud sect also showed a rare sincerity for cooperation this time. Under the two-pronged approach of the questioning inner heart pill and the interests of the 100,000 mountains, and under the attitude of unwilling to lag behind the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Blue Cloud sect would also have 3 masters of the Deshang stage. The other conditions were the same as the Green Jade Immortal Island, which was to let Chunyang Palace coordinate and command. The only difference was that Elder Hua Wanning was not counted among the 3 masters of the Blue Cloud sect this time. She was regarded as an additional master invited by Yang Qin. After this time, she would return the favor she owed to Yang Qin last time, and at the same time, she would also get a questioning inner heart pill. However, how to coordinate this questioning inner heart pill internally in the Blue Cloud sect, that was the business of the Blue Cloud sect itself. Naturally, Elder Hua Wanting still needed Yang Qin to personally invite her. Even if Elder Hua owed Yang Qin a favor, this was also the courtesy that Yang Qin should do. In any case, the trial of Elder Hua and Elder Min directly made the high-level members of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island amazed at the powerful effect of the questioning inner heart pill. In the same way, they also had more expectations. For the time being, only a few people knew about the questioning inner heart pill. The elders of Chunying Palace, as well as several hall masters, the high-level members of the Blue Cloud sect, and the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island, But this does not prevent these few people from having a strong yearning for the questioning inner heart pill. Because the top executives of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island have witnessed the powerful efficacy of the questioning inner heart pill, they even paid more attention to it than the people of Chunyang Palace. On the contrary, everyone in Chunyang Palace, except for the head of the palace and the elder, had never seen the powerful effect of the questioning inner heart pill. In the case of the temporary silence of the two, everyone still maintained a trace of doubt about the questioning inner heart pill. It could really make a Deshang stage master breakthrough. This was a real effect. After finalizing the details of the cooperation with the head of the palace, the two major sect immediately began to ask about the details of the refining of the questioning inner heart pill, the complete pill recipe and refining technique. Even if the head of the palace wanted to say it, it was impossible. It was completely in the hands of Yang Qin. However, Yang Qin did not conceal the raw materials of the alchemy and generously told the head of the palace. The head of the palace also did not keep secrets from his allies and told the people of the two major sect about these original medicinal materials. The masters of the Deshang stage, all of their knowledge were superior. For what was in the medicinal pill, they could basically confirm some of it. From the raw materials given by the head of the palace, Elder Hua Wanting and Elder Min Hua Feng vaguely tasted the taste of some of the medicinal materials, but they couldn't figure out how these medicinal materials could achieve the effect of the questioning inner heart pill. It must be the unique refining technique. Because the raw materials were rare, there were not many refining this time. In order to ensure that the 100,000 mountains could be taken down, this time Chunyang Palace had exhausted all of its resources and invited the masters to refine the questioning inner heart pill, but there was no medicinal pill left in the sect. However, the head of the palace also announced to his allies that as long as they could collect these raw materials, Yang Chen could refine the questioning inner heart pill for them at a certain price. As for what the price was, they would let them discuss it with Yang Chen. Maybe by then, Yang Chen would have become a Dao companion with Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, and he could refine it for them for free. Not to mention that Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue wanted to become Dao companions with Yang Chen for different reasons. Now, this questioning inner heart pill alone was enough for the two major sect to promote the marriage between their disciples and Chunyang Palace at all costs. Such a powerful alchemist, even the highest level alchemist master in the mortal world, Deng Ya was not necessarily comparable. If it weren't for Yang Chen's current low cultivation base, Deng Ya might have already been pushed down from the throne of the first alchemist master. The two major sect didn't know how envious Chunying Palace was. How could they find a treasure like Yang Chen? In particular, the Green Jade Immortal Island, since Shi Shanshan had already met Yang Chen and also gave him a body refining pill. How could they miss it like this? Yang Chen had no idea that he had already attracted the attention of the two major sects' top management. According to his own plan, after smoothly absorbing all the fire seeds and improving his cultivation base, he went out. The first thing Yang Chen did was not to visit the head of the palace, but to meet his master Gao Yu. He hadn't seen his master for a long time, and he didn't know how his master was now. What made Yang Chen happy was that not only Gao Yu was there, but also his master ancestor Wang Yong finally came out of his retreat. Gao Yu is now at the peak of the early stage of the water attribute foundation stage, and she would soon enter the middle stage of the foundation stage. The speed of her cultivation was so fast that Gao Yu couldn't believe it herself. If calculated at this speed, Gao Yu could be comparable to a genius disciple with a full-value water spirit root, which made Gao Yu puzzled. Wang Yong was also puzzled. He couldn't figure out why his disciple with a fire spirit root was such a genius when cultivating the water attribute cultivation method. He knew that it was Yang Chen's advocate. But what was the reason Yang Chen did not say, and Wang Yong would not take the initiative to ask? Anyway, he knew that Yang Chen would never harm Gao Yu. Wang Yong's retreat was mainly to refine the Qilin horn. When Yang Chen was refining the black tiger subduing pill, Wang Yong had already been in retreat and now it had been a full 20 years. It must be known that Wang Yong was already at the peak of the yuanying stage, which was at least 100 times stronger than Yang Chen's cultivation base. In just 20 years, it was enough for Wang Yong to refine the Qilin horn into a life source flying sword. The life source flying sword was completed, and the rest was to temper it in his own sea of consciousness over the years. This was a lifetime thing, and it did not need to be carried out for a long time. The first thing after coming out, Wang Yong heard about Yang Chen's big plan and the questioning inner heart pill. After listening to the process of the head of the palace from beginning to end, Wang Yong couldn't help but sigh again. Since Gao Yu accepted Yang Chen as an apprentice, it seemed that surprises had been constantly appearing around him. That traitor, has he been found? The more satisfied he was with Yang Chen, the more Wang Yong worried about Yang Chen's safety. Therefore, the first question Wang Yong asked the head of the palace was the news of the traitor. Chapter 435. In the face of Wang Yong's questioning, the head of the palace frowned for a while, and finally gave an ambiguous answer. There is a suspect for the time being, but it has not been completely determined. Wang Yong frowned directly, obviously expressing his dissatisfaction. He was the senior brother of the head of the palace. Of course, he could have such an attitude to the head of the palace in private. The head of the palace did not entangle much on this issue. After decades of investigation, the law enforcement hall did not dare to relax for a moment. But the hidden guy seemed to have noticed something and had not shown his head. This time the matter of the 100,000 mountains was also an opportunity. At least there was such an opportunity. Once the traitor knew about it, he should not tell the Taishaman, right? Next, the head of the palace introduced to Wang Yong in detail the big deal of Yang Chen on the matter of the 100,000 mountains. At the same time, he also talked about the questioning inner heart pill. In particular, he was very envious that Yang Chen had left a questioning inner heart pill for Wang Yong. Although the head of the palace himself had it, Wang Yong almost did nothing, and he was filial piety. He could not help but be envious. At this time, Yang Chen was in retreat to absorb the flame. When he heard that his own grand disciple was so outstanding, Wang Yong was even more happy and comforted. Once the questioning inner heart pill came out, as long as the news spread, those doubts about the heaven-seizing pill would no longer exist. These were small things. What made Wang Yong even more excited was that Yang Chen did things in a big way. The 100,000 mountains wanted to be swallowed in one bite. This was something that even the entire Chunyang Palace did not dare to think about before. After Gao Yu learned from Wang Yong, of course, she was even more happy. The reason why Yang Chen would start in the 100,000 mountains, to put it bluntly, was still for Gao Yu. Gao Yu understood this better than anyone. Even if she had been enduring not to see Yang Chen these days, Gao Yu did not pay attention to the news of Yang Chen for a day. It was not easy to wait for Yang Chen to come out. As expected, Yang Chen ran directly to Wang Yong. Wang Yong was extremely excited. He showed Yang Chen his own Qilin horn natal flying sword as if he was presenting a treasure to Yang Chen, just like a child. It had to be said that Wang Yong still had some skill in refining. This Qilin flying sword was quite impressive. It was just a slight modification on the basis of the original Qilin horn, completely inheriting the sharpness of the Qilin horn. The fiery red flying sword gave off an incomparably scorching feeling in his hand. If Wang Yong fought according to his first impression, his enemies would definitely suffer a tragedy. Under this crazy fire attribute, there was also the killing intent of the 9th water attribute. Wang Yong didn't even waste this attribute, as expected of an expert. In front of the Grandmaster, Yang Chen did not hide his knowledge at all. He held the Qilin flying sword in both hands, closed his eyes, and began to observe directly with his divine sense. A huge Qilin flying sword quickly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Grandmaster, forgive this disciple for being presumptuous. After observing for a while, Yang Chen opened his eyes and apologized to Wang Yong. Wang Yong and Gao Yu didn't understand what Yang Chen meant. Wang Yong directly signaled Yang Chen to speak freely. The sword tip here is perfect, but the sword body here, especially here, here, and here. Yang Chen pointed out 3 places in succession. The auxiliary materials here are not completely combined with the Qilin horn, which will lead to the leakage of some of the 9th water attribute spiritual power. It is not perfect enough. In addition, as soon as Yang Chen said this, Gao Yu's face was a little ugly, and she directly reprimanded Yang Chen. Wang Yong was Gao Yu's master. Yang Chen, this grand disciple, was so presumptuous in front of the grandmaster. Looking at Gao Yu's unhappy eyes, Yang Chen smiled bitterly, closed his mouth, and no longer spoke. But Wang Yong obviously didn't mind as much as Gao Yu. Listening to Yang Chen's words, he reached out and took the flying sword directly, and then his spiritual awareness explored the 3 places that Yang Chen had just pointed out. The flying sword was his natal flying sword, and his mind was connected, and he soon noticed a faint leakage of spiritual power. If it weren't for Yang Chen's guidance, his spiritual awareness would not have noticed such a slight spiritual power. When the time came, Wang Yong's face changed dramatically, and he looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. His burning eyes made Gao Yu feel a little strange. What else? Wang Yong asked eagerly. Yang Chen said that there were other issues and was interrupted by Gao Yu. Master, Gao Yu hurriedly complained, you spoil him like this, he will be impolite in the future. He is right. This flying sword does have some flaws. Of course, Wang Yong now understands why Yang Chen would apologize first. But he handed the flying sword to Gao Yu and motioned her to feel it carefully. Gao Yu was also a refining expert. Although she was not as strong as Wang Yong, she was also a rare master. Seeing this, she took the flying sword suspiciously and began to explore it carefully with spiritual awareness. After Wang Yong's refining was successful, the first one to appreciate it was Gao Yu. At that time, she didn't find anything. Now, it was much easier for him to find fault with them. However, even so, it took Gao Yu a lot of time to catch the little leakage of spiritual power. There was no way around it. Her spiritual awareness was the weakest of the 3, and this flying sword was neither her natal flying sword, nor did she have the ability to integrate the flying sword into the sea of consciousness to observe it. It was not easy to find it. If it were someone else, maybe even if Yang Chen pointed it out, it would not be possible to find it. Such a little leakage, and it's still a little for a long time. It's not a big deal, right? Although she found that what Yang Chen said was right, Gao Yu did not think it was a big deal and said very easily, it's not a big deal for the time being. Yang Chen smiled and shook his head. However, if you want to refine it on this basis in the future, those places will become the weakness of the flying sword's dual attributes. The secret weapon will not be so effective. Of course, this is a more polite statement. Once the opponent discovers the trump card, it means the arrival of danger. Of course, it doesn't matter in the face of a mediocre opponent, but once it is faced with a master who can really discover this, it is likely to be a hidden fatal disaster. What else? Wang Yong asked the same question again, waiting for Yang Chen's answer. The natal flying sword actually doesn't need this extra hilt. Yang Chen smiled and pointed to the sword hilt that looked very delicate and said, the characteristic of the ancestor is not to attack with the sword. Unlike this disciple, this sword hilt affects the integrity of the Qilin horn. It's better to remove it. In the past few years, I have always felt that this flying sword doesn't know what is wrong. After listening to this sentence, Wang Yong suddenly laughed and suddenly realized, now I understand it turns out to be the problem of this sword hilt. Superfluous, it's really superfluous. Chapter 436. Gao Yu had stopped talking. Yang Chen, this disciple, had become more and more incomprehensible to her. To say that Yang Chen refining a super medicinal pill like the questioning inner heart pill, Gao Yu was not surprised at all. From the beginning, Yang Chen showed that he was a very powerful alchemist. But how could he be so proficient in refining? Not only Gao Yu, but Wang Yong was also very surprised at this point. However, as a master of the peak Yuanying stage, Wang Yong's shrewdness could be much deeper than Gao Yu's, and he did not have the same performance as Gao Yu. But even so, Wang Yong couldn't help but admire in his heart. It seemed that his own grand disciple was really hidden. After refining the questioning inner heart pill, he directly gave himself such a big surprise. In any case, no matter how monstrous Yangchen was, he was also his own grand disciple and Gao Yu's disciple. The excellence of the grand disciple was the glory of the master ancestor. What Yangchen found were all small problems. For the time being, there were not many masters in the mortal world who could detect this. It was not too late to fix these small problems later. Now the key was to deal with the 100,000 mountains. Wang Yong knew better than anyone the benefits of Chunying Palace joining forces with several sects to take down the 100,000 mountains. At that time, the strength of Chunying Palace would directly rise to a higher level. This kind of major event, of course, should be taken as a top priority. The questioning inner heart pill, of course, was directly handed over to Wang Yong. For the master ancestor, Yangchen did not hide anything. Master ancestor, this questioning inner heart pill can be taken as soon as possible. It can increase some strength, and when the war comes, you can also have a little more power. There are still raw materials, and you can open a few more furnaces. Don't feel distressed. Gao Yu first knew about the questioning inner heart pill when Wang Yong informed her. She thought that this was already a peerless medicinal pill, but she didn't expect Yangchen to boast to Wang Yong so easily. She wanted to say something, but suddenly thought of the peeled fruit in her chinkuan bag every day. She suddenly understood something and didn't say anything more. The matter of the 100,000 mountains had been planned for 5 years, and several sects had been coordinated. Now they were just waiting for Chunying Palace to launch. But before that, he still needed Yangchen to make a trip and use his favor. Senior Black Tiger of the Beast Taming Sect and Elder Hua Wanting of the Blue Cloud Sect were both personally invited by Yangchen. This was the courtesy that a junior should do, and at the same time it was also an opportunity to track down the traitor. Actually, the entire Grand Myriad Mountains was an enormous trap. When Yangchen announced his plan in front of the elders, hallmasters, and hallmasters, he had already started to cast the bait. Immediately after that, he secretly communicated with the head of the palace and Meng Xian. To put it bluntly, Yangchen suspected that there was a traitor of Taishimen in the high level. As for who he suspected, the head of the palace and Meng Xian knew that Liang Xiaoming of the Bright Moon Hall was definitely a suspect. It was just that this proposal was too targeted, so that the head of the palace and Meng Xian had to smile bitterly. Chunying Palace certainly could not do this kind of thing to deal with a hall master just because of suspicion. However, the benefits of the 100,000 mountains were too great, and once it was successful, not only the Chunying Palace, but also the cooperation of the Beast Taming Sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the Blue Cloud Sect would greatly increase their strength. The Beast Taming Sect was okay, no matter how much it grew. It was impossible to be on an equal footing with the Taishimen because of the 100,000 mountains. But the Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island were different. Once it was successful, it would be directly above the Taishimen. Moreover, the alliance of the two major sects' interests would definitely cause a major blow to the Taishimen. There may not have been too much news before that was worth the traitor's action, but under the influence of such great interests, if they could still endure it, then it meant that the traitor was not a high-level person. If the Taishimen were smart, they would not stand in the way at this time and fight against the Blue Cloud Sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the Chunying Palace's Beast Taming Sect. The 100,000 mountains were not like the barren Sand Valley, which belonged to a land with a master, but the land bordering the Dao, Demon, and Monster Dao. It was a good thing to take back the Dao sects, but if it was destroyed, then they would be the enemy of the entire Dao sections. However, the Taishimen were not completely without a chance. If they wanted to reverse the influence, there was only one way, and that was to fight against Yang Chen. Yang Chen's retreat may not be possible for the Taishamen, but once they wanted to go out, it would be an opportunity. Yang Chen had already promised the high-level members of the Chunyang Palace that there were still raw materials, and after 30 years, there would be another batch of questioning inner heart pills. As long as there were questioning inner heart pills and pill recipes, even if they lost the interests of the 100,000 mountains, it was enough for the Taishamen to create more masters to compete with them. Now Yang Chen was only in the late foundation stage, and he had already killed a master of the Yuanying stage alone. Although there was the help of a powerful magic weapon, it was already very difficult to deal with. Once Yang Chen's cultivation base was improved again, and after reaching the Jedan stage, it would be more difficult to fight against Yang Chen. It was common sense that the magic weapon would also improve its power with the improvement of the master's cultivation base. Therefore, to deal with Yang Chen, the sooner the better. It was better to be early than late. Even if they couldn't get Yang Chen, killing Yang Chen was also a way. Anyway, in the minds of the Taishamen and others, Yang Chen was not a good thing. If he was killed, then he would be killed. At least, they couldn't give the Chunyang Palace a chance to rise in the future. Yang Chen himself was the bait. This time it was up to the Taishamen to bite the bait. Of course, Gao Yu didn't know all this at all. Yang Chen didn't want Gao Yu to worry about him. Even Wang Yong was not very clear at the beginning. It was only after the head of the palace told him in a secret opportunity that he learned about Yang Chen's risky behavior. Similarly, Wang Yong only silently found Yang Chen and did not tell Gao Yu. When you go out, I want to go with you. Wang Yong didn't mean to discuss with Yang Chen at all. He directly said his decision. Don't give me any excuses. I know you have a medicine garden and something like that. No one will know if you bring me along. Yang Chen did not refuse. Fighting a tiger was a brother, father, and son soldiers. His master strength was slightly worse, but his master ancestor was at the peak Yuanying stage, and with the success of his life source flying sword, he could also fight against a master of the Deshang stage. With the help of his master ancestor, Yang Chen was naturally happy. He just nodded. Of course, there was also an important figure, the old tree demon Gui Shanyu, who has always appeared in front of everyone, was the clone of the old tree demon. Except for Yang Chen and Gao Yu, no one knew where the real body was. This time, when Yang Chen went out, Gui Shanyu moved his body directly into the dome hall. The strength of the body was more powerful than the clone. The old tree demon alone was enough to match 2 or 3 ordinary masters of the Deshang stage. Naturally, Wang Yong disappeared in front of everyone with the excuse of a short retreat again. Everyone thought that he was increasing his strength, but they did not expect that he was already hiding in the dome hall of Yang Chen and followed Yang Chen out of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen came out of the mountain. The huge bait had been sprinkled. Now it was up to Taishamen and 100,000 mountains to react. Chapter 437. Of course, at this moment, Yang Chen, a disciple of the foundation stage, traveling alone was too outrageous. Therefore, Yang Chen was accompanied by 2 people. One was Shikuei, and the other was Xiasha. The people of the Hall of Eccentrics and Yang Chen have always had a good relationship. This was clear to the people in the Chunyang Palace. The 2 masters of the Yuanying stage followed him, which was like protecting the genius disciple of the younger generation who had the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. The body of the old tree demon did not enter the dome hall in Yang Chen's room, but outside the mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace. The movement was very fast, and everything was completed in a glance. What made Yang Chen strange was that it seemed that there were eyes sweeping this area, but when Yang Chen explored with his spiritual awareness, he did not feel anything. For the sudden appearance of the old tree demon in the dome hall, Wang Yong, who was already hiding inside, was not surprised. With such a big thing, Yang Chen's situation was quite dangerous. If Gui Shanyu was there, it would be much safer. Yang Chen did not use the shuttle, but directly summoned an ordinary flying sword and flew in the direction of the Blue Cloud sect. The head of the palace had already told Yang Qin about Sun Qingxue. It couldn't be helped. Yang Qin could only find an opportunity to talk to Sun Qingxue. Flying from the entrance of the mountain gate, leaving Meiqing Mountain, many people saw it along the way. However, Yang Chen did not care at all. He wanted to let people see it, otherwise he would not do this. From here to the Blue Cloud sect, it would take about a month to fly slowly. Yang Chen was not in a hurry, just flying at an ordinary speed. There was no abnormality for more than 10 days in a row. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. The Taishaman had endured for hundreds of years for the arrangement of the barren Sand Valley. For more than 10 days, perhaps the Taishaman just wanted to confirm something. When approaching the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Qin did not wait for the Taishaman to appear, but waited for a few masters of the 100,000 mountains. Almost as soon as these people appeared, Yang Qin knew that they were the people of the 100,000 mountains. There was a demonic cultivator among them, and at the same time there was also a monster. It was impossible for them to be the Taishaman. They were said to be masters, but in fact they were just 2 Yuanying stage masters plus 3 Jidan stage masters. This time, 2 Yuanying stage masters were dispatched. It must be because after the last Yuanying stage master disappeared for no reason, they deliberately increased the manpower for the sake of insurance. There were 2 Yuanying stage masters beside Yang Qin, Shikue, and Xiasha. Without 2 Yuanying stage masters, they could not resist at all. It couldn't be helped. There were 2 Yuanying stage masters beside Yang Qin, Shikue, and Xiasha. Without 2 Yuanying stage masters, they could not resist at all. The last guy disappeared silently in Meiqing Mountain, and the people of the 100,000 mountains were estimated to have been looking for him for a long time. They must have felt that his actions were not secretive enough and alarmed the masters of the Chuning Palace. So he disappeared. This time they learned their lesson and followed him secretly until he was far away from the Chuning Palace, and there was no one to help him along the way. So they showed up. Take him down! The masters who appeared this time were not as talkative as the last Yuanying stage master. As soon as they came up, they did not give Yang Qin and others any chance to prepare. Unfortunately, in front of the old tree demon, these people could not hide their figures at all and did not know that they had been exposed more than 10 days ago. When they started, Shikue and Xiasha couldn't help it and rushed out directly. Under the guidance of Yang Qin, Shikue and Xiasha have refined their own magic weapons, and they have made small achievements in more than 20 years. They began to endure more than 10 days ago and have been holding back their strength. They were anxious to present their treasures, and the other party made a move. The other party had been planning for a long time, a Yuanying stage master with a Jidan stage master to deal with one of Shikue and Xiasha. The last remaining Jidan stage master directly rushed to Yang Qin. A big net shining with light opened up to a radius of hundreds of feet and went straight to the top of Yang Chen's head. The other party used a big net, but they still did not have the intention to kill. They just wanted to capture Yang Chen. As the big net fell, the overwhelming pressure directly pressed against Yang Chen. For this pressure, Yang Chen did not put it in his eyes at all. The people of the 100,000 mountains were not the guys he wanted to wait for. However, since they came to the door, Yang Chen did not need to be polite. The big net directly hit a tangled tree trunk and then was hung on it. Immediately afterward, the big net was thrown back at a more terrifying speed than the original one. The owner of the big net had no time to know what had happened. In a burst of stun, he was caught in the big net. These people of the 100,000 mountains, Yang Qin did not want to entangle with them, and the dispatch of these people may alert the enemy. Yang Qin had to directly let the old tree demon come out and solve it quickly. Wang Yong was also unwilling to be left out. The newly released Qilin flying sword was impatient. The Yuanying stage master, who was fighting with Xiasha, was afraid that his spiritual power attack would hurt Yang Qin at first, and he was somewhat hesitant. Suddenly, a red light flashed in front of him. the Yuanying stage master subconsciously moved, and a piece of armor suddenly appeared in front of him, just in front of the red light. With a slight sound, the red light directly passed through the piece of armor and entered the opponent's chest. Then, the red light passed through the opponent's back. With a scream, Xiaxa's Yuanying stage opponent fell directly from the air. The remaining Jiedon stage monster was shocked and was about to escape, but Xiaxa shouted coldly, and the momentum of a high-level monster was oppressed. The monster's whole body was soft, and he no longer dared to make a move. He curled up into a ball and did not dare to move. The momentum of the red light was not exhausted, and it flew towards the two masters who were fighting with Shikuei. Shikuei's Yuanying stage opponent was a demonic cultivator, but he was not in a hurry when he saw this. He shook his body and exuded a black gas, and instantly turned into a black mist, hiding his whole body. As soon as the clothes of the Jiedon stage master next to him touched the black gas, there was a hissing sound, and it directly turned into a piece of rags. Obviously, the black gas was violently corrosive. Shikuei laughed, and regardless of the opponent's black gas, his body flashed and entered the black mist. Wang Yong's Qilin sword flew directly in the air and pounced on the Jiedon stage master. Without waiting for the other party to react, Zhang Xian pierced through him with a piu sound. In a blink of an eye, of the 5 guys who attacked, 2 have been subdued and 2 have been killed. Only the last demonic cultivator hidden in the black mist was still stubbornly resisting. However, Shikuei did not let everyone wait for a long time. In just 3 or 5 breaths, there was a scream from the black mist. Then the black mist was blown away by a strong wind. Shikuei's opponent's shoulders were pierced by Shikuei's 2 snake-tooth daggers, and his whole body was taken out by Shikuei. Chapter 438. With the old tree demon Gui Shanyu, no one within 100 miles could find the movement here. The 3 survivors were enough to let Yang Chen and others know the recent arrangements of 100,000 mountains. The monster, who was scared by Xiaxia, was trembling in the face of the pressure of the 2 Yuanying stage monsters, Shikuei and Xiaxia. He instinctively shrank into a ball and answered whatever was asked. He did not dare to hide anything. In the world of monsters, sometimes it was much simpler than that of humans. As Yang Chen guessed, the backstage of the 100,000 mountains still wanted to take Yang Chen into their pocket and play a wishful thinking. He didn't know that a disaster was coming. There was no other way. Although the action of Chunyang Palace had been arranged for 5 years, it had always been very careful and was limited to a few high-level members. The other cooperating sects were also only known to the high-level members, and there was no leakage. The cooperating sects regarded this action against the 100,000 mountains as a rare opportunity, and no one would destroy it wantonly. Even if Yang Chen suspected the traitor, it was impossible to have any collusion with the 100,000 mountains. Yang Chen's news had not been leaked. Yang Chen asked in detail. Although such a long time was enough for Chunyang Palace to find out a lot about the background of the 100,000 mountains, it was better to know a little more and be prepared. The guy who was caught in the big net was a rogue cultivator. He had been in the 100,000 mountains for many years, and he knew how to sail with the wind. After seeing Wang Yong kill 2 people with a single sword light, he did not dare to resist at all. Instead, he obediently told Wang Yong everything he knew. The secrets of the 100,000 mountains, the position of the backstage, the relationship between the personnel and the strength, although he couldn't get much secret information from the 2 Jindan stage cultivators. He could learn about the situation of those ordinary cultivators in the 100,000 mountains, which was quite important for his future management. As for the demon cultivator, he was now seriously injured and unconscious. Yang Chen thought about it and handed him over to Wang Yong and the old tree demon. No matter how they tossed him, they would definitely get the news from his mouth and dig out some valuable things from him. The Qinquin bag of the 2 dead guys was directly given to Shikuei and Xiaxia. The 2 mutants already knew the importance of resources, so they had started to slowly accumulate their wealth. Of course, they had a share of all the items in Feng's restaurant. Now, the two of them could be considered as rare millionaires. After the old tree demon calmly dropped a few small osmanthus trees, the traces of the fight disappeared completely. Not even the slightest spiritual power fluctuation was left. The two Jedon stage guys had their six senses sealed by Yangchen and were thrown into the dome hall. If they cooperated, Yangchen would not let them suffer too much. After conquering the 100,000 mountains, he would also need some of these fellows. The rest of the journey seemed to be normal. No one jumped out again until they reached the Blue Cloud sect. Yangchen gave enough face to the Blue Cloud sect. According to the etiquette, he asked to see Elder Hua Wanting of the Blue Cloud sect. After receiving the notice, Sun Qingxue soon appeared in front of Yangchen and others. Because of Shi Kuei and Xie Sha, Sun Qingxue did not have any intimate performance with Yangchen. She also saluted the two mutants according to the etiquette of the younger generation, and then respectfully took the three to see Elder Hua. Although she didn't say much, Yangchen could still see the trace of joy from Sun Qingxue's eyes. This junior came here to ask Elder Hua for help. Yangchen faced Elder Hua Wanting, and it was a very polite performance. The matter had already been said by the head of the palace, and Elder Hua Wanting knew better than anyone else. However, Yangchen had to come this time. This was the face of the Blue Cloud sect, and also the face of Elder Hua Wanting. A questioning inner heart pill. Yangchen had already prepared it and respectfully sent it up. Even if Hua Wanting was already a master of the Deshang stage, in the face of this questioning inner heart pill, she still showed a surprised look. She originally thought that she would never have a chance after taking one, but she did not expect Yangchen to use his favor here, and also gave an extra one. Hua Wanting, who had personally tried the power of the questioning inner heart pill, couldn't help but be moved. Okay, I promise. Elder Hua finally gave this promise. When you do it, just let me know. Thank you, Senior. Yangchen thanked loudly. No need to thank me. I have already promised you that I will help you once. Hua Wanting did not care about this gratitude and said calmly. But after looking down at Yangchen, his face suddenly changed to a kind smile. Yangchen, you and little Xue have an old relationship, and the attributes are compatible. Double cultivation is much better than with Shi Shan Shan. He didn't expect Elder Hua's identity to come up with such a sentence. Yangchen almost choked and almost coughed. When he was at a loss, Elder Hua did not force him, but said faintly, You young people's things, solve them yourself. It's not appropriate for us, the older generation. To force a melon is not sweet. I understand this truth. I just want you to know that you don't have to worry about the pressure of the Green Jade Immortal Island. On little Xue's side, you also have one more place. You can't be partial. Yes, Senior. Yangchen did not expect that the master of the Deshang stage would actually say this to him. For a while, he didn't know how to deal with it. Even if he had the memory of the great principal, Golden Immortal, he had no experience in dealing with this kind of thing. He could only agree. Little Xue, you send Yangchen. Elder Hua ordered Sun Qingxue, who was serving on the side. Sun Qingxue agreed with a smile on her face and sent Yangchen out of the living room of Elder Hua. From the beginning to the end, Yangchen only asked Elder Hua to make a move once, but did not say anything. Sun Qingxue was obviously an uninformed person. Elder Hua also did not say anything. It was a small tacit understanding between Yangchen and Elder Hua. Sun Qingxue was very happy to take Yangchen to visit the Blue Cloud sect. This time, Sun Qingxue was completely different from the last time Yangchen came. She was confident, beautiful, and enthusiastic, fully reflecting the bearing that her cultivation genius should have. And within the sect, no one dared to bully her anymore. This kind of Sun Qingxue was the dancing snow fairy in Yangchen's mind. Yangchen was very pleased in his heart. At the same time, he was also worried about the affairs of Sun Qingxue and Shan. He didn't know how to solve it. In the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Qin did not spend much time. He immediately rushed to the beast-taming sect. Senior Black Tiger also needed Yang Chen's request and could not be delayed. Although Sun Qingxue was reluctant, she could only reluctantly watch Yang Chen leave. On the way to the beast-taming sect, Yang Chen suddenly received news from the old tree demon. The master of the palace was attacked on the way to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Chapter 439. The master of the Chunying Palace and another elder were attacked by several unidentified masters on the way to visit the Green Jade Immortal Island. There were 5 Yuanying stage masters and a Deshang stage master who participated in the attack. It stood to reason that such a strong lineup was enough to kill the master of the palace and the accompanying elders. But, surprisingly, the result was not like this. In fact, the unknown identity was only for the old tree demon Gui Shanyu. The master of the palace and the accompanying elders were very clear about the origins of these people. In addition to the master of the Deshang stage, the other Yuanying stage masters were all guys who could be called by their surnames. 4 of them were famous rogue cultivators, and the origin of their master's inheritance was always unknown. The most shocking thing was that the remaining Yuanying stage master turned out to be Lin Yunfeng, an elder of the Chunying Palace. When the master of the palace discovered this, the surprise in his heart could not be expressed in words. The sudden attack was originally a sure thing, but the bad thing was the sudden appearance of the old tree demon Gui Shanyu. No one would have thought that Gui Shanyu turned out to be with the master of the palace. Only Yang Qin knew that Gui Shanyu over there was just a clone of the old tree demon, and the main body was still in his own dome. However, even if it was the clone of the old tree demon, it was also a powerful master of the Deshang stage who resisted the Yin Fire tribulation and could not be underestimated. This was a plan that Yang Qin and the master of the palace had long discussed. When Yang Qin was at the gate of the Chunying Palace, he let the old tree demon enter the dome, giving everyone an illusion that the old tree demon and Yang Qin were together. With this preconceived premise, no one would guard against the clone of the old tree demon. Within the Chunying Palace, only Yang Chen and Gao Yu, as well as Shikue and Xiasha, knew that the old tree demon had a clone. Shikue and Xiasha would not say it, and Yang Chen and Gao Yu would not casually disclose it. Lin Yunfeng and his henchmen only saw the old tree demon and Yang Chen leave, but they did not expect the old tree demon's clone to follow the head of the palace. During the great tribulation of the demonic art, Gui Shanyu had followed Yang Chen's instructions and restrained himself. He had cleverly concealed his abilities and sold many favors. However, this did not mean that the cultivation of the old tree demon's avatar could be underestimated. Only Yang Qin knew that if the old tree demon's avatar had fought with all its strength at that time, the great tribulation of demonic arts would not have been a problem for anyone else. Not to mention Lin Changhe, who was counterattacked by the demonic art, plus the 2 masters of the Deshang stage who were absorbed by Lin Changhe. They were not as powerful as the avatar of the old tree demon. The old tree demon, who had forcibly suppressed more than a dozen Yin Fire tribulations, had accumulated so much that even Yang Qin, the almighty immortal, felt speechless. How could others know what it meant to suppress more than a dozen Yin Fire tribulations? Even if the old tree demon has not passed the Yin Fire tribulation, a master of the Deshang stage may not be his opponent. Moreover, the avatar of the old tree demon had a strong attribute that others could not compare with. He was not afraid of death. For the main body, the loss of an avatar was only a loss of a few hundred years of cultivation base, which would not cause any devastating blow to the main body at all. Therefore, when necessary, the old tree demon would not be stingy with his avatar and could control the avatar to self-destruct at any time to kill the enemy. What was the power of the self-destruction of a master of the Deshang stage? Everyone could imagine. Under the desperate attack of the old tree demon's avatar, Even if a master of the Deshang stage suddenly appeared and wanted to sneak attack, he was crazily suppressed by Gui Shanyu and returned with heavy injuries. In fact, the old tree demon knew almost every move of many people in the Chunyang Palace. After the old tree demon's tribulation, there are tens of thousands of young osmanthus trees in Meiqing Mountain. Everyone thought that it was just the mature sowing of the old tree demon, but they did not know that every osmanthus tree could be an extension of the old tree demon's body. Tens of thousands of osmanthus trees. All the roots were connected with the roots of the old tree demon's body. Although it was not an avatar, when there was any big movement around, it could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of the old tree demon. Where there was any big movement in Meiqing Mountain, the old tree demon was very clear. From the beginning, when Yang Chen and the head of the palace made this plan, the old tree demon was an important part. As long as people were still within the scope of Meiqing Mountain, the old tree demon could know what anyone did. Yang Chen's few years of alchemy and retreat were enough for the old tree demon to screen the behavior of the people in Chunyang Palace one by one. What was gratifying was that except for the Bright Moon Hall master Liang Xiaoming, his master Lin Yunfeng, and a few disciples of the Bright Moon Hall, everything else behaved very normally, without the slightest abnormality. Of course, 1 or 2 days of normality did not mean anything, but it had been like this for several years, which explained the problem. The performance of Liang Xiaoming and Lin Yunfeng was also becoming more and more prominent among many high-level members. However, Yang Qin knew that the old tree demon knew it, but it did not mean that the head of the palace knew it. Even if the head of the palace got the news from Yang Qin and the old tree demon, he would not completely and absolutely believe it. After all, the contradiction between Yang Qin and Liang Xiaoming in Chunyang Palace was very clear. It was not appropriate for Yang Qin to expose it. The best way was to let them jump out themselves. The visit of the head of the palace was also an opportunity. In fact, every time in the past, the head of the palace would take the clone of the old tree demon with him, just in case. It's just that it hasn't been shown. Yang Qin had a medicine garden on him. How could the master of the palace not have such a thing as the head of the sect? Yang Chen was very important, and his cultivation base was the lowest, so he was the easiest to deal with. But this also meant that everyone must be staring at him, and he was the most difficult person to deal with. On the contrary, the head of the palace was a master of the Yuanying stage. He visited everywhere alone, and rarely brought an elder, which was an easier target. Moreover, once something happened to the head of the palace, it would be a major event. If the Taishamen wanted to obstruct the attack of the Chunyang Palace on the 100,000 mountains, colluding with the 100,000 mountains was the most stupid thing to do. On the contrary, it was a good way to let the Chunyang Palace have internal strife. If the head of the palace had an accident, there would definitely be chaos, and the matter of the 100,000 mountains would naturally be ruined. There was another point. If the head of the palace had an accident, there would be no leader, and the Chunyang Palace would naturally select a new head of the palace. Then Lin Yunfeng, as an elder, had a chance. With the support of Liang Xiaoming, the master of the Bright Moon Palace, coupled with the external coordination of the Taishamen, the possibility of becoming the new head was the greatest. Once Lin Yunfeng became the head of the palace, then the joint plan between the Chunyang Palace and the Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island would naturally be under the control of Lin Yunfeng, and it would be easy to add one more Taishamen. Perhaps it was because of this that Lin Yunfeng couldn't wait to make a move. Perhaps it was because he felt that he was very sure, or he felt that he had a greater chance of success, and it was safer to watch the death of the head of the palace. Lin Yunfeng actually made a move himself. Chapter 440. Before he started, the head of the palace couldn't believe that it was his own junior brother Lin Yunfeng who brought the Taishamen to kill him. These so-called rogue cultivators were definitely the spies arranged by the Taishamen, including the master of the Deshang stage, who did not show his true face. They were the hidden forces of the Taishamen. The strength of the old tree demon once again surprised the head of the palace. The old tree demon, who suddenly broke out, did not even fight with the master of the Deshang stage for a long time. A series of powerful and desperate attacks. The momentum was like a rainbow. In a short period of time, the other party was injured and vomited blood. Then, with a great loss of cultivation base, he forcibly launched the escape technique and escaped. The remaining 5 Yuanying stage masters, including Lin Yunfeng, how could they resist the old tree demon, the head of the palace, and another elder? After a while, they left 3 corpses and a seriously injured Lin Yunfeng, and the remaining one also vomited blood and escaped. However, the other party ambushed and suddenly made a move. Before the attack, because there was the master of the Deshang stage hiding. Under the surprise attack, the head of the palace still suffered a serious injury. Another elder was also injured, but compared to the main target of the attack, the head of the palace could hardly be mentioned. Junior brother Lin. The head of the palace really didn't want to believe that it was actually his own junior brother Lin Yunfeng who personally launched the attack. Enduring the injury, he swallowed a healing medicinal pill. He did not wait for the medicinal power to go away. He went to the seriously injured Lin Yunfeng and angrily asked, "What benefits did the Taishanmen give you can let you be like this? Could it be that they can also give you a position as an elder?" Tai, Heaven Sect? Covering the huge wound on his chest, Lin Yunfeng, who was extremely weak, looked at the head of the palace, and his face showed a look of shame. But when he heard the question of the head of the palace, he couldn't help but show a surprised look. "I did not collude with the Taishanmen." "You're still quibbling?" Palace Master Zhang Jiao was already trembling with anger. His chest was full of blood that was spat out after being wiped by the magic weapon of the Deshang stage master. His face was full of heartache, and his facial features were almost tangled together. "You did not collude with the Taishanmen. How do you explain the secret array inside the sect's mountain gate? How do you explain the leakage of the qi-seeking elixirs given to new disciples? How do you explain Chang Wenkai, the captured Taishanmen, who came to get these things?" Senior brother, listening to the series of questions from the head of the palace, Lin Yunfeng spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face showed a painful look. Another elder at the side couldn't stand it anymore and still gave him a healing pill. After all, they were from the same sect, and they often interacted with one another in the past. He could not bear to see Lin Yunfeng suffer. However, everyone knew that this medicinal pill could only slightly reduce Lin Yunfeng's pain. The injury was too heavy, unless there was a resurrection elixir, otherwise he would die. I just want to be the leader," Lin Yunfeng explained intermittently. "I did not collude with the Taishanmen." "You really didn't?" The head of the palace also had some doubts. Lin Yunfeng was about to die, and his words were good. It should be impossible for him to lie. Could it be that he really did not collude with the Taishanmen? "It's Liang Xiaoming, this traitorous disciple." Lin Yunfeng seemed to have figured out something, and his face was full of shame and pain. "Encouraged me," said. "Supreme, Heaven Sect will support." After a burst of intermittent words, the head of the palace finally understood. Lin Yunfeng had always been dissatisfied with the leader, which everyone knew. Recently, seeing the benefits of the 100,000 mountains in front of him, Lin Yunfeng began to be tempted. If he served as the leader and could take down the 100,000 mountains, he would definitely be the leader in the history of Chunying Palace. With a little ambition, coupled with the instigation of Liang Xiaoming and the assurance of the Taishanmen from Liang Xiaoming, he thought that as long as he solved the head of the palace and ascended to the position of the leader, he could create the unprecedented glory of Chunying Palace, so he made up his mind to do it. However, from the beginning to the end, he wanted to serve as the leader and become the most brilliant leader in the history of Chunying Palace, but it had nothing to do with being a traitor. However, Liang Xiaoming was very suspicious. Combined with his close relationship with the Taishanmen and almost everything for the Taishanmen, plus this time he even used a master of the Deshang stage to deal with the head of the palace, it would be strange if he had nothing to do with the Taishanmen. Without enough benefits, who would send a master of the Deshang stage for an irrelevant person. Chunyang Palace wanted several masters of the Deshang stage to come out this time. Not only did they have to do a favor, but they also had to send the questioning inner heart pills. Liang Xiaoming was a little master of the Jiedan stage. How could he let the Taishaman send a master of the Deshang stage? The only explanation was that he had completely betrayed the Chunyang Palace. Next, the old tree demon also timely reported the recent abnormal behavior of Liang Xiaoming and a dozen disciples of the Bright Moon Palace to the head of the palace. At this point, the head of the palace was completely sure that Liang Xiaoming was the traitor. My sect treats him well, why? The head of the palace was furious and shouted loudly. However, after such a long time, Lin Yunfeng lost too much blood and his injuries were too heavy. He could no longer support it. He could only reluctantly squeeze out a sentence, Senior Brother. I did not collude. Supreme. Heaven sect. He could no longer support it. His head tilted and he died. Go back to the mountain. With such a thing happening, it was naturally not good to visit the Green Jade Immortal Island. The head of the palace gave a loud command and the three turned back directly. All the news was blocked, and Liang Xiaoming must not be allowed to escape. There was a mysterious connection between Gui Shanyo's clone and the main body. What the clone knew, the main body would immediately know. Yang Chen and Wang Yong soon learned about the matter from the mouth of the old tree demon. In addition to several elders in the sect, there was also Hall Master Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall, who had been monitoring Liang Xiaoming. This time, the surname Liang could not escape. Unexpectedly at this moment he could kill Liang Xiaoming. Yang Chen's heart could not help but become fiery. Liang Xiaoming, this guy, was one of the culprits of his master's suicide in his previous life. If it wasn't for his betrayal, how could his master die with hatred? Now that he had grasped such a big pain, Yang Chen could not wait to fly back to the Chunying Palace and personally kill Liang Xiaoming. However, the important thing was important. Yang Chen had to visit the beast-taming sect's predecessor, Black Tiger, first. He could only let the old tree demon tell the clone and advise the head of the palace to keep Liang Xiaoming's life. Yang Chen had the means to make Liang Xiaoming beg for death. Chapter 441. It did not take too much time to meet the Black Tiger predecessor. Now that it has been determined that Liang Xiaoming was playing tricks, Yang Chen no longer concealed his strength. He directly called out the shuttle and quickly ran to the beast-taming sect. The master of the palace had already negotiated with the senior members of the beast-taming sect. There was naturally no problem in meeting the Black Tiger predecessor. After leaving a questioning inner heart pill, Yang Chen quickly drove the shuttle and rushed back to Chunyang Palace. The existence of the shuttle, everyone present knew. Although Wang Yong saw it for the first time, when he saved Gao Yu, he knew that Yang Chen had a high-speed magic weapon. Seeing the shuttle, he was not surprised. In less than 20 days, Yang Chen had returned to Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace had Hall Master Meng Xian. When the old tree demon rushed back to Chunyang Palace with the master of the palace, Liang Xiaoming and his henchmen were still waiting for the good news. Suddenly seeing the master of the palace in front of him with blood all over his body, Liang Xiaoming was shocked on the spot. Without waiting for him to resist, the old tree demon had directly captured him. A little Jiedan stage master, in front of the clone of the old tree demon, had no resistance at all. Liang Xiaoming's counterattack, when he saw that the situation was not good, shocked everyone. Dozens of 10th water Yin thunders were directly sacrificed. The old tree demon was quick and directly knocked Liang Xiaoming out, but he could not stop the explosion of the 10th water Yin thunders. As a last resort, the old tree demon received all the 10th water Yin thunders into his own body and quickly flew into the air. These 10th water Yin thunders were obviously refined by a master of the Deshang stage. Dozens of them exploded at the same time, and the old tree demon's clone was directly blown to pieces and disappeared instantly. Even so, a series of violent explosions broke out over the Chunyang Palace. After the mountain protection array flashed dozens of times in a row, it was finally broken. Almost all the houses were collapsed by the aftermath of the explosion. Thousands of foundation stage disciples were affected by the aftermath of the explosion, and all of them were seriously injured. Even the Golden Core disciples were affected, and all of them were lightly injured. Everyone present was shocked. It was impossible for Liang Xiaoming to refine so much 10th water divine thunder by himself. He didn't have such means. If it weren't for the old tree demon, all the people present would have died, and the Chunyang Palace would have directly become ruins. A master of the Deshang stage was crushed, the head of the palace was seriously injured, an elder rebelled, thousands of disciples were seriously injured, and the main hall of the mountain gate collapsed. Such a loss was almost the largest in the history of the Chunyang Palace. The body of the old tree demon, who was rushing back to Chunyang Palace on the shuttle, suddenly shook violently, and then Gui Shanyo's whole body was a little dispirited. Everyone was shocked. What had happened to cause the old tree demon to have such a change? The old tree demon was only dispirited for a moment. Soon his complexion returned to normal. However, anyone could see that his body was extremely weak now. Soon, everyone learned what happened from the mouth of the old tree demon. Hearing that such a change had happened in the Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen was furious and almost desperately urged the shuttle to fly to the Chunyang Palace. Gao Yu was still in the Chunyang Palace. He didn't know if she had been affected or injured. The old tree demon, in order to save everyone this time, was willing to give up a clone, which was unprecedented. Yang Chen didn't even wait for the head of the palace to discuss how to reward him. He took out a whole Penglai divine wood from the medicine garden, and after receiving the old tree demon into the dome, he directly handed it over to the old tree demon. The pure first wood aura of the Penglai divine wood was many times purer than the body of the old tree demon. The old tree demon did not expect that his righteous deed would be exchanged for such a super return. Under the great joy, he even forgot that he had lost his clone. His body split instantly and wrapped the whole Penglai divine wood in his body. Take the questioning inner heart pill and just integrate the aura of the Penglai divine wood. Yang Chen left a sentence and then quickly withdrew from the dome. Rest assured, don't worry about other things. When Yang Chen and others rushed back to the Chunyang Palace, the Chunyang Palace was being rebuilt frantically. This kind of thing that even the main hall of the mountain gate was blown down was simply a great shame for the disciples of the Chunyang Palace. Every disciple was full of anger, and the spirit of rebuilding the sect was 100 times stronger. Fortunately, Gao Yu was only slightly injured and nothing serious. When Yang Chen saw the head of the palace and the elders, everyone had a heavy expression on their faces, and there was a somewhat guilty look on their faces. Yang Chen immediately guessed what the reason was. It was not easy for the sect to have a master of the Deshang stage, but it was destroyed by the dying struggle of Liang Xiaoming, a traitor. No one would feel good. Palace Master, Hall Master Gui, is not dead. Yang Chen's words directly made everyone raise their heads and looked at Yang Chen in disbelief, as if to distinguish whether his words were true or false. Everyone knew that if the 100,000 mountains could be taken down, it would be an opportunity for the Chunyang Palace to take off. But at this juncture, Lin Yinfeng rebelled and lost a master of the Deshang stage. Such a blow almost made all the high-level officials begin to despair. However, Yang Chen's words made everyone's confidence return to them. Everyone even ignored the loss of manners in front of the head of the palace, and they all chased after the reason. At this time, Yang Chen was not afraid to say that Gui Shanyu still had a clone. After hearing that Gui Shanyu only lost a clone and could be recovered after a few years of cultivation, everyone cheered and the atmosphere became lively. What about that bastard, Liang Xiaoming? Yang Chen was not polite at this time and directly named the person. I want to make him regret being born in this world. No one would sympathize with Liang Xiaoming. This guy actually prepared such a vicious 10th water divine thunder, and it was detonated in the mountain protection formation. If it weren't for Gui Shanya's clone, he quickly gathered all the 10th water divine thunder and flew high. Maybe the Chunyang Palace would be destroyed. The head of the palace and the accompanying elder were also afraid for a while. If the people who attacked with Lin Yunfeng used the 10th water divine thunder, they would have already died. In addition to the fear, they almost hated the culprit Liang Xiaoming to the bone. Yang Chen's posture was definitely to deal with Liang Xiaoming. Although everyone present had a higher status than Yang Chen, no one stopped him. Even the head of the palace still had some regrets. After several consecutive accidents in the Bright Moon Palace, he should have made up his mind to deal with Liang Xiaoming. He didn't expect to stay until now, but it had brought such a huge loss to the sect. I'll leave him to you. The head of the palace almost gnashed his teeth and said these words. Ask me one by one, what has he done all these years? Chapter 442. No one would sympathize with Liang Xiaoming, who had caused the loss of the entire sect. When Yang Chen woke Liang Xiaoming up, he did not ask anything. He first gave Liang Xiaoming the torture he had learned in the heavenly court one by one. He did not care whether Liang Xiaoming begged for mercy or wailed. During the execution, Yang Chen even used elixirs to treat Liang Xiaoming's various injuries to ensure that he would not die because of the torture. Now I'll tell you what it means to be unable to live or die. After Yang Chen woke Liang Xiaoming up, he said this directly, and then he never spoke to Liang Xiaoming again. At first, Liang Xiaoming tried his best to hold on. He felt that everyone in the Chunyang Palace must want something from him and would never let him die easily. But after 10 consecutive days, he no longer had this kind of extravagant hope. Liang Xiaoming only felt that he had fallen into hell. At this moment, Yang Chen had incarnated into the devil of hell. He did not ask for the reason, did not ask for cause and effect, and did not even open his mouth. He just came up and only cared about the torture. It seemed that he only wanted Liang Xiaoming to suffer instead of getting anything from Liang Xiaoming's mouth. She didn't care about right or wrong. She just wanted to make him suffer. That kind of endless pain made Liang Xiaoming understand what it meant to be in a state where one could neither live nor die. Now, as long as Liang Xiaoming was awake and saw Yang Chen's figure, his body would tremble reflexively. It seemed that every cell in his body had carried the fear of Yang Chen, and he would tremble involuntarily. In less than half a month, Liang Xiaoming had completely collapsed. As soon as he saw Yang Chen, he began to cry in fear. What do you want to know? Ask me. Don't do it anymore. Yang Chen sneered in response to Liang Xiaoming's plea for mercy, and then continued to execute. More than 10 days passed like this. Liang Xiaoming had completely collapsed again and again, and it was impossible for him to hide anything. I am an inner disciple of Taishimen. Before I joined Chunyang Palace, I was already a disciple of Taishimen. Under the order of my master, I hid in the Chunyang Palace and waited for an opportunity to annex the Chunyang Palace. Liang Xiaoming, who was on the verge of collapse, had already taken the initiative to tell everything about himself. There was no need for Yang Chen to ask anything else. Listening to Liang Xiaoming's words, the high-level officials of Chunyang Palace all looked very gloomy. The master of the Bright Moon Hall, the largest hall of Chunyang Palace, turned out to be a disciple of the Taishimen. Moreover, he had been arranged to come here hundreds of years ago in order to annex Chunyang Palace. For hundreds of years, everyone had been deceived by Liang Xiaoming and had not noticed anything. Apart from the awkwardness, everyone was only left with anger. The Taishimen had gone too far by acting like this. Even in order to achieve their goals, they did not hesitate to kill the head of the sect and destroy the whole sect. The Taishimen were the leaders of the Dao sections. Such behavior was simply demonic. As soon as Liang Xiaoming's secret identity was revealed, all the doubts had been explained. If the head of the palace died this time, Lin Yunfeng might really become the head of the sect. At that time, he would definitely support Liang Xiaoming. As long as Liang Xiaoming endured for hundreds of years, waiting for Lin Yunfeng to ascend or perish, he, the most powerful, could naturally become the head of the Chunyang Palace. Once Liang Xiaoming sat firmly in the position of the head of the sect, whether the Chunyang Palace would be merged into the Taishimen or not, it would only be a matter of his words. This plan was so far in the future that it made people tremble in fear. The Yin Thunder of Gui water was given to him by the high-level members of the Taishimen through the secret, illusory formation. Once the situation was not good, the Yin Thunder would be detonated. It was better to destroy the entire Chunyang Palace sect than to expose the arrangement of the Taishimen, so as not to be criticized. More than a dozen of Liang Xiaoming's henchmen in the Bright Moon Palace, including the former Deputy Hall Master Songxing, had already been taken down. They didn't interrogate him violently. They just told him everything they knew without any hesitation. These people were all won over by Liang Xiaoming, and they were not very clear about the inside story. It was just that after doing a few things for Liang Xiaoming, they got benefits from Liang Xiaoming and the Taishimen. This time, they followed Liang Xiaoming and followed the shadow of the Taishimen. For these traitors, there was no second word. They would be punished according to the sect rules. Kill! You are going too far. Wang Yang's fiery temper could not stand this the most, and he directly smashed a new table. I will wait to open the true face of this guy to the world, and see how the Taishimen deal with it. Everyone was equally angry, but when they heard Wang Yang's words, they all pondered. Making this matter clear, they were happy for a while. But what should they do next? This was a big problem. The Taishimen could push out a Yuanying stage elder at any time, saying that this was his private arrangement behind the sect's back, that it was a heinous crime, and that he should be executed to apologize to the world. After giving an explanation to everyone, the Chunyang Palace would be the enemy of the Taishimen. Next, they might face more open and hidden censure. To put it bluntly, the current Chunyang Palace still could not compete with the Taishimen, and they were not the opponents of others at all. This matter seemed to need to be considered in the long run. Yang Chen, what do you think? The palace master did not directly draw a conclusion, but asked this question to Yang Chen. The elders, the hall masters, and the other high-level members all focused their eyes on the face of Yang Chen. No one came out to say that it was inappropriate for Yang Chen to participate in such a thing, and no one thought that there was anything wrong with Yang Chen's suggestion in front of everyone. It was a very strange feeling. This disciple thinks that this is not an opportunity. Yang Chen also hesitated for a while before he slowly said, "Opportunity? What opportunity?" Everyone was surprised, and Zhu Qintao, who had a good relationship with Yang Chen, couldn't help but ask, "Since the Yin Thunder of Gui water has all exploded, the people of the Taishimen must also think that Liang Xiaoming is dead, and we can't know their plan." Yang Chen sorted out his thoughts and slowly said, "Liang Xiaoming caught the high-level members of the Chunyang Palace, and the ordinary disciples did not know at all. So far, only these people in front of them knew that Liang Xiaoming was alive and there was no one else. Those who attacked the palace master are unlikely to say that the Taishimen are here." Yang Chen looked at Liang Xiaoming, who was still muttering to himself, and said with a smile, "Our strength is not enough. For the time being, we will pretend that we don't know that the Taishimen did it. Then how should we explain the appearance of our sect?" Su Qingxin asked immediately, "Since we are going to attack the Sherwan mountain soon, we might as well give ourselves a reason to do it." Yang Chen looked around at the crowd and said loudly, "Just say that the people of the Sherwan mountain attacked the Chunyang Palace, so that even if the sect destroys the Sherwan mountain, no one will say anything." Chapter 443. This was a classic case of misfortune being diverted to someone else. To be honest, if you don't consider the anger of the greatest heaven sects bullying, the reason Yang Chen said was much better than the revenge of the pure Yang Palace disciples who were attacked in the 100,000 mountains, and it was also much more above board. Before this incident, even if the Chunyang Palace united with the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the Beast-Taming sect to destroy the 100,000 mountains, they would be labeled as grabbing the territory. Maybe someone would jump out and want to get a piece of the cake. After all, the reason was not so righteous, and others would always have something to say. But the reason given by Yang Qin could make everyone speechless. Destroying the mountain gate, smashing the mountain protection array, this kind of hatred, no matter what revenge, it was not too much. At that time, even if someone was dissatisfied, they could not find a reason to intervene. The interests of the 100,000 mountains would be firmly controlled by the Chunyang Palace and the other 3 sect. It's not so easy to frame the people of the 100,000 mountains, right? It was still Su Qingxin, frowning and asking, how can others believe it? On the way to visit the Blue Cloud sect's Elder Hua, this disciple was attacked by several killers of the 100,000 mountains. Yang Chen immediately thought of the use of the people he caught, a demonic cultivator, a monster beast, and a Dao Sect's rogue cultivator. They're all people who have been active there for many years. They can't escape. This was an accident. Even Yang Qin did not expect that things would develop to this point. It could only be said to be a coincidence. There were just a few people who could be used as evidence. It seemed that the 100,000 mountains was destined to be destroyed by Yang Qin. The Taishaman sighed, are we just going to let it go? Wang Yong said angrily over there, but in fact he asked this question in vain. The hatred of almost destroying his family. How could it be possible to let it go? So after opening his mouth, Wang Yong also felt that this question was a bit idiotic and immediately changed it. The Taishamen already know that we're going to deal with the 100,000 mountains. Will they just watch us do it and give up this benefit? It's too late for them to worry that we'll find out. Why would they go up? Yang Chen sneered. Previously, the Taishamen had taken in traitors from my sect. For them to suddenly bow down and make friends with us, it can only mean that they have a guilty conscience. I believe they won't reveal such a flaw. Even if they come forward, under the guise of seeking justice for us, we can't do anything to them. But if we don't move, the Taishamen won't have a reason to attack us. Yang Chen continued to analyze. If they could take down the 100,000 mountains by themselves, they would have done so long ago. Why would they have stayed until now? Since their family can't eat, if we don't eat, they will be embarrassed. If they fight, they won't be able to defeat us. If they don't fight, it means that they're just supporting us verbally. They won't put themselves in such a situation. But if they really want to seek justice for our sect, how can our sect just stand by and do nothing? Su Qingxin asked again. He often dealt with other sects, so he naturally had to consider more things. Our sect needs to rebuild the mountain gate. Isn't this reason enough? Yang Chen smiled slightly and said, anyway, whether it's early or late, our sect has sufficient reasons. The initiative is in our hands, not in the hands of the Taishamen. If others have questions, why does our sect look for the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect and not the Taishamen? How can we explain that? Su Qingxin asked immediately. The Taishamen cover up the traitors of our sect. Our Chunyang Palace doesn't have to hold the thighs of the Taishamen. Why should we unite with the Taishamen? Yang Chen seemed to have thought about it and directly stated his reasons. With these questions and answers, everyone had already followed Yang Chen's thoughts. It seemed that this time was really an opportunity to take down the 100,000 mountains with great fanfare. The Taishamen could only watch as several sects united to divide the interests of the 100,000 mountains, but they could not find a reason to get involved. If they really wanted to seek justice for the Chunyang Palace, the Chunyang Palace could still refuse. If the Chunyang Palace refused, would the Taishamen have to come up with a straight face? At that time, as long as the Chunyang Palace said that the sect's revenge would be avenged by the sect itself. As for the unity of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, it could also be explained as the first collision, and they found that they were no match, so they could only unite, and the Taishamen could only look at it with envy. That's it. The head of the palace consulted the opinions of several hall masters and elders, and directly decided on the strategy. The matter of the teshuvah, everyone should not reveal a little bit of it, and even can't show a little resentment against the teshuvah. Wait until we have the strength to take revenge. Although there was some anger, everyone was a sensible person. They all temporarily suppressed these hatred in their hearts, and everyone began to look for opportunities for revenge. After this time, after Liang Xiaoming and his henchmen were wiped out, Yang Qin suddenly found that there were not many voices against him inside the Chunyang Palace. The full support of the high level made Yang Qin feel like a fish in water. The most important thing was that Liang Xiaoming, the biggest threat to Gao Yu, had been eliminated from the inside. In the future, Gao Yu's safety in the sect would be the greatest guarantee, and there was no need to be on guard as before. This was what made Yang Qin the happiest. After determining the idea, Yang Qin directly left everyone and went straight to Gao Yu's residence. Although Gao Yu's injury was minor, after all, she still suffered some injuries, and Yang Chen would still be distressed. Gong Sunling's cultivation was not high, and she was seriously injured. When Yang Qin came back, Gong Sunling had just been able to get up. Yang Qin also took good care of this genius senior sister apprentice. He personally sent her good healing elixir, and personally refined a furnace of 1,000-year-old ginseng for Gong Sunling to take, and then he was relieved. The high-level members of the sect began to arrange everything according to Yang Chen's intention, with several corpses in Shirwan Mountain being presented as evidence. The news that Shirwan Mountain sent people to attack the gate of Chunyang Palace began to spread quickly in the Dao sections. A martial arts sect like the Pure Yang Palace had been destroyed, and the news that thousands of disciples were seriously injured had already spread. After such a long time, the entire world of cultivators had begun to boil. The evidence presented by Chunyang Palace this time was like throwing a torch into the boiling oil pot, and it immediately began to explode. The practitioners were in an uproar, and all the discussions were about this matter. For a time, Chunyang Palace was directly at the heart of the struggle. What attracted the attention at the same time as Chunyang Palace was the so-called murderer, the backer of Shirwan Mountain. Soon, the disciples of Chunyang Palace were attacked in Shirwan Mountain. Later, Yang Chen retaliated against the auction house, causing the backer of Shirwan Mountain to be angry and destroy the gate of Chunyang Palace. Chapter 444. In any case, it was no secret that the rules of the 100,000 Mountains auction house were broken. The fault of the 100,000 Mountains could not be erased in any case. This time, the gate of the Chunyang Palace was destroyed, and countless people had begun to criticize wildly. Today, the 100,000 Mountains could destroy the gate of the Chunyang Palace, and tomorrow they might be able to destroy others. Gao Yu was not the only one who had suffered in the 100,000 Mountains. Now everyone was united against the enemy and jointly condemned the background of the 100,000 Mountains. The most worrying thing for everyone was that 2 Yuanying stage masters and 3 Jidan stage masters could turn the Chunyang Palace upside down with unknown things, and even the mountain protection array could not withstand it. If this was replaced by a sect that was not as good as the Chunyang Palace, wouldn't it be destroyed? There was also another way of saying it. This time, the face of the Chunyang Palace was stripped naked, and they couldn't even protect their own mountain gate. How could they still have the face to open a sect? But this kind of voice was obviously a minority, and no one would care much. The angry Chunyang Palace was like a bull that was provoked, and its blood-red eyes stared. The head of the palace vowed in front of countless disciples of the sect that he must wash the 100,000 mountains with blood and use the blood of the enemy to wash the shame of the sect. At the same time as the Chunyang Palace presented the evidence, the Chunyang Palace united with the masters of the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the Beast Taming sect, and a group of people went to the 100,000 mountains. There were not many people in the lead, only less than 50. But no one in the whole world dared to underestimate these 40 or so people. Among these people, there were 9 masters of the Deshang stage, 33 masters of the Yuanying stage, and the only disciple of the foundation stage was Yangchen. Yangchen appeared as a guide. Of course, everyone knew that this was an excuse. Yangchen just wanted to do it himself and completely find justice for his master. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and even Shi Shanshan of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Sun Qingxue of the Blue Cloud sect all wanted to go with Yangchen, but they were refused by Yangchen, and they were also restrained by the masters of their respective sect, which made the women very unhappy. In fact, the stronghold of the 100,000 Mountains had already been clearly investigated in the past few years. The reason why everyone agreed that Yangchen could follow was that he was the master of the questioning inner heart pill. All the high-level sects hoped that the masters of their own sects could have some contact with Yangchen. With this good fortune, it would be much more convenient to ask for alchemy in the future. Behind the mountains, there were 4 masters of the Deshang stage and almost 20 masters of the Yuanying stage. This kind of strength could almost compete with one of the best sections. However, after all, they were working together. Everyone was only together for common interests, but they could not rely on each other for life and death like a sect. This was why they could only be entrenched in the 100,000 Mountains and could not compete with big sects such as the Taishimin and Blue Cloud sect. To be able to stand in the 100,000 Mountains, there was a magic weapon behind the scenes. There was a set of 7-star heavenly thunder formation. The mystery of this formation, only the 4 masters of the Deshang stage knew, and ordinary masters could not crack it at all. The Taishimin used to have only 5 masters of the Deshang stage in total. This was already the sect with the most masters of the Deshang stage in the Dao sects, and the most powerful. But if they wanted to conquer the 100,000 Mountains alone, they had to pay a considerable price. Compared with the benefits, the gains were not worth the losses. It was almost impossible to break the formation and kill 4 masters of the Deshang stage without paying the lives of 3 masters of the Deshang stage. In the great calamity of the demonic arts, the Taishimin had lost a master of the Deshang stage, and their strength was weakened a bit. If they wanted to move the 100,000 Mountains, they were even more powerless. Now that several sects joined forces, their strength had exceeded twice that of the 100,000 Mountains. They were not afraid of the few Deshang stage masters of the 100,000 Mountains. The only thing to worry about was the 7-star heavenly thunder formation. If they wanted to break the formation, even if the team was a master of the Yuanying stage, it was estimated that there would be a lot of casualties. I can break the 7-star heavenly thunder formation. Before setting off, Yangchen made a guarantee in front of a group of masters. A group of masters looked at each other. If they didn't know that Yangchen was the master of the questioning inner heart pill, someone might have already scolded him. But even so, some people still felt that it was not so reliable. A junior disciple of the foundation stage who could refine the questioning inner heart pill could break the 7-star heavenly thunder formation? Even the masters of the Deshang stage did not dare to say such big words. It must be known that the 7-star heavenly thunder formation was based on the natural danger zone in the 100,000 Mountains, plus the efforts of a master of the Deshang stage. That natural danger zone was originally a minefield. After being strengthened by the formation, the power of the thunder was amazing. It could even be compared with the thunder tribulation, one of the 3 disasters. Compared with the thunder tribulation, the continuous thunder formation was more powerful. The masters of the Deshang stage, in the face of hundreds of thousands of thunder tribulations that appeared at the same time, and this thunder tribulation was still endless, did not dare to boast that they could break the formation. Yangchen, a junior in the foundation stage, dared to brag and said that he could break the formation. It was simply wishful thinking. Everyone just looked at the face of Chunying Palace and the alchemist master, and did not say anything unpleasant. Well, let this younger generation, junior, sell a secret. Yangchen knew everyone's thoughts and did not distinguish much. He just smiled and said, if this younger generation junior can't break the 7-star heavenly thunder formation, This younger generation junior is willing to refine a batch of medicinal pills for each of the seniors for free. How about it? Originally, going to the 100,000 mountains was a must, and breaking the formation was also a must. Now that Yang Chen took the initiative to take the task of breaking the formation, if he failed, he could refine medicinal pills for everyone for free. Where could they find such a good thing? At that time, without other medicinal pills, just finding the raw materials to refine a batch of questioning inner heart pills was enough to make up for the hard work of everyone. No one objected to anything anymore, but everyone had a layer of expectation in their hearts, hoping that Yang Chen would not be able to break the formation, so that everyone could get the questioning inner heart pills justifiably. However, at that time they must pay attention to protect Yang Chen, lest he fail to break the formation and be hurt by the formation. The news that Chunyang Palace announced that the 100,000 mountains were the culprit has not yet reached the 100,000 mountains. The backstage of the 100,000 mountains did not notice the coming danger. They did not know that the villa where they were located had been surrounded by a group of masters, and the people inside had no way to escape. Outside the villa was the 7-star Heavenly Thunder Formation. Because of the formation, even the masters of the Dashang stage could not see the situation in the villa through the formation. Similarly, it was impossible for the people in the villa to explore the outside with their spiritual awareness. Perhaps they had absolute confidence in the formation. The people in the villa did not care that someone would come to attack the villa. Yang Chen was now standing outside the formation, looking at the thunder light in the formation, motionless. A little further away, a group of masters looked at Yang Chen curiously, all guessing what means Yang Chen was going to use to break the formation. Chapter 445. Standing on the periphery of the 7-star Heavenly Thunder Formation, Yang Chen paused for a while and seemed to sense the direction of the thunder in the formation. Subsequently, in the hands of Yang Chen, there were 2 red spheres that were twice the size of a fist. That is, the pupils of the people watching behind shrank. Thunder pomegranate? Thunder pomegranate could absorb thunder. Because of this characteristic, many people would look for some thunder pomegranates when crossing the thunder tribulation to help them absorb some thunder tribulation. Although the 7-star Heavenly Thunder Formation method was powerful, it was nothing more than the power of thunder and lightning. There was no doubt that the thunder pomegranate could absorb the thunder and lightning inside, but it was a bit childish to use these 2 thunder pomegranates to break the 7-star Heavenly Thunder Formation. Not to mention that the formation itself was arranged by a master of the Dashang stage. It was not known how much the thunder and lightning power that the formation has absorbed spontaneously over the years. So many masters of the Dashang stage went in. It was estimated that they could only protect themselves at most. To put it bluntly, the 2 thunder pomegranates were not enough to fill the teeth of the 7-star Heavenly Thunder Formation. Hoo-hoo! The 2 thunder pomegranates flew into the formation under the force of Yang Chen. As soon as it sensed that there was a foreign object that did not follow the unique route of the formation was immediately launched. The rumbling thunder and lightning flew towards the 2 thunder pomegranates. Except for Yang Chen, all the masters present had passed the thunder tribulation. They didn't feel much about the waste of 2 thunder pomegranates. It was just that a few older people had begun to shake their heads. Yang Chen was so overconfident. Wasn't he overestimating him before? Could it be that Yang Chen only had a talent for alchemy and other aspects were not worth mentioning? Just when everyone was shaking their heads and sighing or puzzled, in the hands of Yang Chen, there were already 2 thunder pomegranates, this time in another direction. Next, everyone began to watch Yang Chen Tutong perform magic. Each time he made 2 thunder pomegranates and threw them in a certain direction. There seemed to be no end to this, and in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, no less than 200 ripe lightning pomegranates had been thrown in. The people of Chunyang Palace were already dumbfounded. At this time, if they still didn't understand that Yang Chen had successfully cultivated the thunder pomegranate tree, they were stones. When he came back from the heaven stairway, Chu Heng wanted to punish Yang Qin because of Yang Chen's bragging about the thunder pomegranate, but the result was nothing. But that trouble let everyone know that Yang Qin had such an idea. Now that Yang Qin took out more than 200 thunder pomegranates, didn't it mean that he had successfully cultivated no less than 10 thunder pomegranates? How many seeds were there in the fruit of thunder pomegranate? How many thunder pomegranates did Yang Qin cultivate in the end? This was a small surprise. Although each thunder pomegranate could only bear more than 20 fruits at most, if it was cultivated on a large scale, wouldn't it mean that those Jedon stage masters in Chunying Palace could have thunder pomegranates to assist in crossing the tribulation when they were not confident enough? Others also vaguely guessed this result, but no one was sure. Moreover, even if there were 200 thunder pomegranates, it was unlikely to break this 7-star heavenly thunder array. There were many people who knew the goods. Of course, everyone could see that these thunder pomegranates were only about 20 years old, and they were not particularly precious. Such a fruit, the effect would be discounted. It was estimated that these alone were not enough to break the array. Now everyone had put away their contempt, put away their previous sighs, and began to ponder this method. How many thunder pomegranates were needed to be effective? To everyone's surprise, the thunder pomegranates in the hands of Yang Qin seemed to be endless. After a while, at least 200 thunder pomegranates were thrown into the array. People couldn't help but be surprised. How many thunder pomegranates did this junior, Yang Qin, have in his hands? All the arrays in this direction had been stimulated, and the dazzling thunderlight directly turned into a big curtain woven by thunderlight in front of everyone. Apart from the flashes of lightning, all that was left was the incessant crackling of thunder and lightning. In a blink of an eye, at least 100 thunder pomegranates were thrown into Yang Chen's hands. In total, there were already 500. At this time, Yang Qin no longer continued to throw them in. Instead, he waved his hand, and the 2 thunder pomegranates in the 7-star heavenly thunder array quickly returned to Yang Chen's hands as if they were pulled by a thin thread. The thunder pomegranates that were full of thunder and lightning had changed into another appearance. It was no longer the kind of tender red, but became a slightly shining black red. With a shake of his hand, the 2 thunder pomegranates that were full of thunder and lightning disappeared in Yang Chen's hands, and immediately 2 red thunder pomegranates appeared in his hands. Yang Chen threw them into the array, replacing the position of the 2 just now. The next process was a cycle. Every time Yang Chen would take back 2 thunder pomegranates, and then throw out 2 new thunder pomegranates to replace them. What is he doing? Everyone once again fell into doubt. Was there any meaning to this action of withdrawing and releasing? The refined thunder pomegranate can absorb the power of thunder and lightning, and it can become a magic weapon that explodes according to the owner's will. The power is not small. Immediately, someone familiar with the thunder pomegranate began to explain. He actually used the 7-star heavenly thunder array to sacrificial refine a magic weapon. Listening to this conclusion, everyone didn't know what to think. Yang Qin, this little guy, his mind was unpredictable, making these old guys feel inferior. Who could have thought that the 7-star heavenly thunder array that made people's faces change could actually have such a use? If the guy who arranged the array knew that the 7-star heavenly thunder array that he had worked hard to arrange for 100 years and had naturally existed here for thousands of years, absorbing the power of countless thunder and lightning, turned out to be a furnace used by others to sacrificial refine a magic weapon, he believed that his face would not look good. No. When Yang Chen went back and forth to replace these thunder pomegranates 4 times, the master who had just spoken found an anomaly. The thunder pomegranate he is now taking out is a lot better than the one at the beginning. There were enough thunder pomegranates. Why bother to pick those that have not grown up and waste them? Everyone was puzzled again. No one could figure out this problem. However, no one disturbed Yang Qin, but turned their eyes to the one who had just spoken, waiting for his next explanation. After the man looked carefully again, His face suddenly showed a shocked look, as if he had thought of something. His face was full of disbelief. After someone next to him reminded him with dissatisfaction, he solemnly said he is using the power of thunder and lightning that he just absorbed to stimulate those pomegranate trees. Chapter 446. As soon as this person's inference came out, everyone was surprised again. It had to be said that according to Yang Chen's performance before and after, there was indeed such a possibility. After the thunder pomegranate absorbed thunder, in addition to being an explosive magic weapon, it could also release thunder and lightning in turn. The pomegranate tree needed to be in an environment of thunder and lightning to grow more vigorously. In this way, it was not impossible for Yang Chen to use thunder and lightning to urge the pomegranate tree. Everyone was in a state of horror. Although the thunder pomegranate was a good assistant for crossing the tribulation, it was not the right way to rely too much on foreign objects. These people in front of them didn't put it in their eyes. Only those who had a guilty conscience and lack of confidence would use it. On the contrary, the demonic cultivators used it a lot. However, the thunder pomegranate had always been difficult to grow. This had been a problem in the cultivation world for thousands of years. However, in front of Yang Chen, it seemed that it was not a problem at all. If the guess of the guide just now was correct, it meant that Yang Chen not only mastered the method of planting the thunder pomegranate, but even had the assurance of how to make the pomegranate tree advance in a short time. How was this possible? Countless masters had studied it for many years, but they had not succeeded. Yang Chen, a junior in the foundation stage, from the beginning of cultivation to the present, it had only been 40 years of effort, and he had actually found the method of planting and advancing the thunder pomegranate. Not only that, but Yang Chen also seemed to have mastered some kind of pill recipe to restore the pill spirit and the monster beast's primordial spirit, and he also personally refined the mysterious questioning inner heart pill. When these things were concentrated on one person, it was too shocking. However, at this time it was obviously not the time for everyone to express their opinions and be shocked. The thunder pomegranate in Yang Chen's hand was getting more and more mature, and it was absorbing more and more thunder and lightning. In this corner, the power of the array had been greatly reduced, and the original dense thunder and lightning had become sparse. The gap between the two thunder and lightning was also getting longer and longer. Even if this array absorbed more thunder and lightning, it couldn't withstand the constant absorption of 500 thunder pomegranates. Moreover, the more mature the thunder pomegranate was, the more powerful the thunder and lightning it absorbed, and the faster it absorbed. The most shocking thing was that as the thunder pomegranate became more and more mature, the more thunder and lightning it absorbed, the faster the pomegranate tree seemed to advance. The direct consequence was that the thunder pomegranate in Yang Chen's hands was getting more and more mature, and the years were getting longer and longer. Under this virtuous cycle, in less than 10 minutes, the lightning in this corner had been completely absorbed, and no more lightning fell for a long time. Careful people have discovered that every time Yang Chen takes away the position of throwing the thunder pomegranate, it's fixed. What was even more surprising was that this corner was the only place where the battle had stopped. In other places, the faint lightning was still contained, as if the battle formation had not been triggered at all. What did this mean? Everyone was greatly shocked. The only explanation was that Yang Chen couldn't be more familiar with the 7-star sky thunder formation. He could control whether the formation would explode or not by relying on the positioning of a few thunder pomegranates. In this way, could it be that Yang Chen was also a master of the formation, a senior alchemist master, or a superb master of the formation, a master of planting? Was there anything that Yang Chen couldn't do? In the face of Yang Chen, the younger generation of the foundation stage, the masters of the Yuanying stage and the Deshang stage could almost be ashamed of their inferiority and die of shame and anger. When they were at Yang Chen's age and cultivation base, they didn't know what they were doing. Where would they have the opportunity to accompany a large number of Yuanying and Deshang stage masters to play? Yang Chen ignored the thoughts of these people and carefully broke the 7-star sky thunder formation. Now that one corner has been controlled, it was just the right place to open a gap and make a passage that could directly send a group of masters into the villa. It was estimated that the person who arranged the formation at that time would never think that there would be a younger generation of the foundation stage in the future who would use this wonderful and rich method to crack his 7-star sky thunder formation. As the master guessed, Yang Chen was indeed using the absorbed thunder to ripen the pomegranate tree. Although the seeds of the thunder pomegranate had been influenced by the pure aura of the first wood, in the medicine garden there was no such powerful thunder and lightning field. Just relying on a small piece of land that Yang Chen simulated, he planted dozens of them. In the past few years, Yang Chen has not had the opportunity to upgrade the thunder pomegranate. First, it takes a lot of spiritual power to simulate the thunder. Second, Yang Chen's current realm was low, and the conversion of spiritual power would consume a lot of energy. It was not worth it. It's just that the pomegranate tree has also borne a lot of fruit over the years and could barely be used. After Yang Chen knew about the 7-star sky thunder formation, he planned to absorb the thunder to ripen the pomegranate tree. The thunder pomegranate that absorbed the thunder was directly planted under the roots of the original pomegranate tree and began to release the power of thunder and lightning to the roots. With such a huge power of thunder and lightning to ripen, in just half a day, the age of the thunder pomegranate tree increased by hundreds of years. The thunder pomegranate of more than 100 years was already a rare good thing. One was enough to absorb at least half of the thunder tribulation of the Jedon stage master. With such a thunder pomegranate, it could almost increase the success rate of crossing the tribulation by half. The position of the thunder pomegranate was also fastidious. It could just cut off all the formations and only affect a part of the formation. Under Yang Chen's actions, another area was cleaned up. In less than half a day, a secret passage could be opened in the 7-star sky thunder formation. The thunder and lightning cut off the exploration of the spiritual awareness, and the 7-star sky thunder formation, even in normal times, had thunder rolling. The movement here was not small, but it did not attract anyone's attention. No one thought that entering the mountain villa would be done in such an incredible way. Originally, everyone was worried that the movement when breaking the formation would be too big and it would alert the enemies and let the guys in the mountain villa notice. Now it seemed that there was no need to worry about this problem at all. Thinking of the situation where Yang Chen said very confidently that he could break the 7-star sky thunder formation, people couldn't help but sigh. The younger generation will surpass the older. Finally, after Yang Chen worked hard for another hour, a passage without the slightest thunderlight was dug out by Yang Chen in the 7-star sky thunder formation. Seniors, going in is the back of the 100,000 mountains. Yang Chen pointed to the area behind the passage and made an inviting gesture. I also ask the seniors to take action and seek justice for this younger generation junior sect. This junior will destroy the 7-star sky thunder formation and wait for the good news from the seniors. Chapter 447. When the old tree demon Gui Shanyu passed by Yang Chen smiled and reminded the old tree demon, "Old rules, leave their bodies to me." The body of the Deshang stage master was now the best tonic for the weak blood phantom vine in Yang Chen's medicine garden. No way! In the case of the loss of a large part of the main root and the main vine, it was already a great luck that they could still live. Without hundreds of years of nourishment, it was impossible to recover. The passage into the villa has been opened, and a large number of masters have already entered. Yang Chen now does not have to worry about being discovered. He can rest assured and boldly absorb the thunder and lightning power of the 7-star thunder formation here. Unlike when he was sneaky, Yang Chen had to carefully control the direction of the 500 thunder pomegranates and absorb the spiritual power according to the need. Now there was no such scruples at all. He let go of the control of those fruits and absorbed them wantonly. The sound of fighting has begun to be heard in the villa. In the previous years of arrangements, Chunyang Palace has confirmed that all the masters of the Deshang stage in the background are in seclusion in the villa. The high-level executives who usually take care of the business are also concentrated in the villa, and none of them ran away. The power of several times the other party rushed into the villa like a crushing force. There was no one who was unprepared, and they still had an absolute advantage. The other party was caught off guard and shocked that the 7-star thunder formation did not work at all. Under the shock, they did not organize a decent resistance at all. All the people below the Deshang stage were killed in the first moment. No one would keep these people. Since Chunyang Palace has spent such a big price, they would never allow the high level to escape. The 9 masters of the Deshang stage began to carefully find the place where the masters of the Deshang stage were in seclusion. Among the 100,000 mountains, few people would believe others, and the same was true for these masters of the Deshang stage. The only expert who was not in seclusion was already fighting with Elder Hua and the others. The place where they were in seclusion was full of restrictions and various formations. After a while, Yang Qin heard a huge rumbling sound, which should be the sound of a group of masters frantically destroying various restrictions. For the time being, this had nothing to do with Yang Qin. Yang Qin was a junior in the foundation establishment stage. This level of battle basically had nothing to do with him. Even if Yang Qin had the power to protect himself, Shikue and Xia Sha still pretended to stay by his side and pretended to protect him. No one felt that there was anything wrong. Protecting Yang Qin also meant protecting the future, questioning inner heart pill. Moreover, Yang Qin had also contributed greatly in this battle. If the 7-star sky thunder formation was forcefully broken, it was very likely that the people in the villa would be on guard. It would not be as easy to attack as it was now. Yang Qin was currently crazily absorbing the power of lightning, crazily ripening the pomegranate tree. In addition to ripening the pomegranate tree, he also needed to refine the purified bottle medicine garden. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one like this. In the future, it wouldn't be so easy for him to have such an opportunity to absorb the power of lightning without considering the consequences. In the beginning, Yang Qin only opened a passage about 10 feet wide above the huge 7-star thunder formation. Now he was planning to absorb all the lightning power in the 7-star sky thunder formation. Under the reckless absorption and ripening of Yang Qin, the pomegranate tree began to grow wildly, just like when the purified bottle of the medicine garden was sacrificially refined by Yang Qin. The absorption of a large amount of spiritual power would cause all the medicinal materials in the medicine garden to add many years. The same was true for the absorption of the power of lightning. In fact, the power of lightning was originally of the first wood attribute, but the outbreak was somewhat intense. This crazy absorption of the power of lightning was mainly to ripen the pomegranate tree, but the purified bottle medicine garden was also tempered by the powerful first wood attribute. When the passage was just broken, Yang Qin certainly couldn't pay attention to this. Now there was no need for Yang Qin to do it again. Yang Qin certainly would not let go of this opportunity. After greeting Shikue and Xia Sha, he let them pay a little attention and began to use the power of lightning released by the thunder pomegranate to sacrifice the purified bottle of the medicine garden. The heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art refining the purified bottle medicine garden was only the first layer, and it was still refined once with the 5th earth true essence. After the last time he had the 7th metal true essence, he refined the dome hall. Of course, it was necessary to carefully sacrifice the medicine garden itself. The power of lightning of the 7-star thunder formation could not be directly applied, but with the thunder pomegranate, there was no such problem. The power of lightning, after Yang Qin's simple refining, could control the release of the power of lightning at will. Just to complete this process, the power of lightning belonged to the pure power of the first wood. Yang Qin carefully used the first wood spirit power in his body to control the thunder pomegranate to release the power of lightning. According to the 2nd layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, he began to sacrifice. Although Yang Chen's own refining of the profound spirit furnace has reached the level of the heavenly spirit 5th layer and the earth fiend 7th layer, the level of the medicine garden itself was too high, and Yang Chen could only carry out the sacrificial refining of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art in the 2nd layer. No one would have thought that when several masters of the Deshang stage were fighting fiercely in the villa over there, Yang Chen was leisurely carrying out the sacrificial refining of his own magic weapon, using the power of lightning of the opponent's 7-star thunder formation. The pure power of lightning poured into the purified bottle of the medicine garden, but the purified bottle itself did not seem to have much change except for the increase in spiritual power. Even if the power of the first wood was a lot purer, there was no essential change. It had to be said that the purified bottle itself was strong enough. After Yang Chen's sacrificial refining for a while, he released the thunder pomegranate more and more to release the power of lightning, but found that the purified bottle did not care about this lightning at all. After entering the sacrificial refining state, the violent power of lightning poured in, only to increase the spiritual power of the purified bottle. This also led to a result that was the speed of the sacrificial refining was greatly accelerated. It originally took Yang Chen at least 2 months of sacrificial refining. In this case, within a short period of 20 hours, he had completed the sacrificial refining of the 2nd layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art. The real change occurred when Yang Chen used the earth fiend sacrificial array secret art to sacrificial refine the purified bottle. Like the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, when the sacrificial refining began, the purified bottle began to absorb the power of lightning. The power of lightning accumulated for thousands of years directly completed the purified bottle of the medicine garden. After a few hours, the 1st layer of the earth fiend sacrificial array secret art was completed. The heavenly spirit and earthly fiend were all opened, and the interior of the purified bottle suddenly underwent some significant changes. The area of the medicine garden has expanded a lot, and the medicinal plants belonging to the first would have all skyrocketed for decades. These were not counted. What surprised Yang Chen the most was that there was something like a portal in the purified bottle. Although it couldn't be opened yet, this also meant that there was a space in the purified bottle that Yang Chen couldn't open now. As long as Yang Chen continues to sacrificial refine, he would be able to open this space one day. Chapter 448. In the past, Yang Chen always thought that in the pure bottle medicine garden, there were only these 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. But after coming out of the valley of the howling celestial dog, Yang Chen realized that the guy who was not so good definitely needed more than 10,000 years to ascend. If that guy planted these elixirs before he ascended, they should be at least 10,000 years old by now, instead of so many 1,000-year-old elixirs. Although the 1,000-year-old elixirs were precious enough, all this was very unreasonable. The only possibility was that there was another universe in the medicine garden. What Yang Chen opened now was only a part of the medicine garden, and it was the part that grew from some seeds that fell out 1,000 years ago. The real core, Yang Chen has not yet touched it, although it is still impossible to get in touch with the real core of the medicine garden. He has already seen the emergence of the portal. He believed that with the improvement of Yang Chen's cultivation base, this portal would eventually open, and the secrets inside would be completely open to Yang Chen. Seeing the emergence of this scene, a doubt in Yang Chen's heart was completely put down. This was reasonable. From the beginning to the end, it had been more than 2 days, but the battle was not over yet. Dozens of Yuanying stage masters, each carrying a huge formation flag, arranged a huge formation inside the villa. Unless they could defeat so many Yuanying stage masters under the cover of the formation at the same time, it was impossible for the people inside to come out silently in a short time. The 9 masters of the Deshang stage, invited by Chunying Palace, in this formation, were fighting with the 4 most powerful masters of the 100,000 mountains. The peripheral formation was not only to prevent the enemy from escaping, but also to protect and also to suppress the huge spiritual power fluctuations. The battle of the 13 masters of the Deshang stage was by no means what ordinary people could imagine. Everyone's every move was a powerful attack between heaven and earth. Even if there were dozens of yuanning stage masters, they could only rely on the formation to watch. It was impossible to get close at all. Speaking of it, they were directly attacked and awakened from the state of retreat. The 3 backstage masters of the 100,000 mountains were simply shocked and angry. Just this sudden change from the retreat to the fighting state was enough to make them suffer serious injuries and almost vomit blood, except for the guy who presided over the daily affairs. He had already been injured before the fight started. In the face of the 9 masters of the Deshang stage, the 4 guys of the 100,000 mountains also began to fight desperately, knowing that there were so many experts attacking them without saying anything, not giving them any chance to survive. At this critical moment of life and death, they also began to erupt with power. Even though the 4 fellows were fighting with their lives on the brink of death, none of the 9 experts had the intention to perish together with them. Since they had the upper hand, they naturally had to do their best. Even if the battle dragged on for a long time, they had to exhaust them to death. They couldn't afford to suffer any heavy casualties on their side. This was also the reason why the battle had continued until now. Under the siege of 9 experts, the 4 fellows were already at the end of their rope. The one with the heaviest injuries couldn't even maintain his combat state. He hid behind a comrade, struggling at death's door. With one less enemy, everyone's spirits were greatly boosted. Under such circumstances, the 4 of them no longer had any chance of survival. They didn't even know why they suddenly encountered such a calamity. With the regret of not being able to close their eyes, the 4 masters of the Deshang stage died under the siege of 9 masters of the Deshang stage. At the moment of death, the onlookers under the formation flag also cheered. All the people in the villa have been eliminated, which also meant that the original behind-the-scenes high-level members of the 100,000 mountains were all eliminated, leaving only those small fish. The 100,000 mountains was a realistic place. Without these guys, they would change to a more powerful background, and those guys who ran the business would naturally be obedient and not dare to make trouble. The completion of this battle also meant that the 100,000 mountains were now under the control of the alliance of the 4 sections. In the future, countless precious resources would be the benefits of the 4 sections. However, the counterattack of the 4 fellows also caused 5 of the 9 masters of the Deshang stage to be injured. Fortunately, they were only minor injuries, and no one lost their combat effectiveness. However, despite this, at least 2 of their cultivation base regressed. It was also a very cost-effective deal to exchange such a small price for the death of 4 masters of the Deshang stage. The old tree demon had already taken the questioning inner heart pill and integrated with the Penglai divine wood. The one who came here was a clone created by him using the clone's secret art. The one who was the most seriously injured was the old tree demon. After all, Chunyang Palace was one of the initiators, and it was also under the guise of revenge. Naturally, they had to contribute the most. The next step was to clean up the battlefield and divide the spoils. Then, the next batch of personnel came and scattered around to take over the industries of the entire 100,000 mountains, quickly stabilizing the market and reassuring the people. The most difficult thing was to kill the 4 most powerful guys. This step had been completed, and the rest was not much difficult. Then the news came that the people of the 100,000 mountains had destroyed the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace directly united with several major sects to give a merciless counterattack. Without the support of the background, everything next was natural, especially when the 4-sect alliance announced that the rules of the 100,000 mountains would remain unchanged. The demons and demons could still enter at will, but they could not bully the weak and rob other people's belongings at will. They even received the support of many cultivators. This move of the 4-sect alliance directly shocked the world, especially Chunyang Palace. It was rare to see such an iron-blooded performance, which made people look at them with admiration. After this incident, no one dared to act like the Xiang family, and go to Chunyang Palace to act shamelessly. It must be known that the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was still being rebuilt. Who knows if the evil fire of the destruction of the mountain gate has been vented? If they hit it, they would be looking for death. The subsequent things had little to do with Yangchen. Even the spoils of war were handed over to the old tree demon and Wang Yong to collect. He just took the bones of the 4 masters of the Deshang stage and directly rushed back to Meiqing Mountain Chunying Palace with Shikue and Xiesha. Not counting the spoils of war, Yangchen also had a huge harvest this time. Not to mention anything else. Just the thunder pomegranate tree was accelerated to more than 200 years old, and he also sacrificially refined the medicine garden and found the hidden portal, which was enough to make Yangchen happy. Not to mention the removal of Liang Xiaoming, the spy of the Taishaman, so that his master would be safer. Was there anything more wonderful than this? The first thing Yangchen did when he returned to the sect was to visit his master. After saying hello and letting his master know that everyone was safe and sound, he went straight to the main hall of Chunying Palace to meet the head of the palace. Is it all done? The head of the palace looked at the appearance of Yangchen and asked in surprise, "It's done." Yangchen nodded and gave a positive answer to the head of the palace. Good. The head of the palace took a long breath and relaxed, and then said to Yangchen, "Yangchen, the things you said last time, I have carefully considered it, and I still intend to do it according to your intentions." Oh, Yangchen was stunned. Full of fog, the things he said last time? What was that? Chapter 449. In the face of Yangchen, the palace master did not hesitate too much and directly expressed his own considerations. The last time he was attacked outside, it made the palace master deeply realize that his own cultivation base was still relatively weak. Perhaps it was more than enough to manage a second-rate sect, but after the development of Chunying Palace, it would not be able to keep up with the situation. Therefore, the rapid improvement of cultivation base had become an urgent matter for the palace master. However, the palace master was the palace master after all. Many times, Wang Yong and other elders could retreat, but the palace master could not do such a thing easily. He still needed to manage the sect. Therefore, an efficient way to improve cultivation base was urgently needed. It just so happened that Yangchen had said before that he knew a kind of metal-attributed double cultivation method, which could allow the palace master to improve his cultivation base through the method of double cultivation. This method was very suitable for the head of the palace. When cultivating, there was no need to retreat, but the effect was not worse than that of retreat. This was the reason why the palace master and Yangchen said so. Yangchen immediately understood. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with the palace master's mind. While improving his own cultivation base, he also wanted to do his best for the sect. To be honest, the palace master was indeed a good palace master. In the previous life, the palace master was deceived by Liang Xiaoming and others because of his lack of understanding of people. Now, there was no such problem. Liang Xiaoming had been executed, and the sect had begun to embark on the road of vigorous development. The future of Chunying Palace was bright, and the palace master was also full of confidence and full of vigor. In such a situation, it was not only the palace master. From the performance of Wang Yong and several other elders, they all saw the hope of the sect's revitalization. They worked hard and wanted to do a big job. This was the Chunyang Palace that Yangchen wanted to see. I have carefully considered it these days, and I think that there are a few friends who are more suitable. The palace master said to Yangchen, "You help me see which one is the most suitable." The speech was very natural, and the palace master did not feel embarrassed because he wanted Yangchen, a younger generation disciple, to find a Tao companion for himself. Yangchen did not feel that this should be so embarrassing. Since the cultivation method was provided by Yangchen, Yangchen naturally knew better than others who were most suitable for cultivation. Looking at it one by one, it was basically some Yuanying stage masters of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were sect with many female disciples, and a large number of experts were women. Now, Chunyang Palace and the two sect had a good cooperation relationship on the of 100,000 mountains. If of the palace master was willing to with one of them, of the sect Qin could have many of the sect of one of the cultivation. At the moment of seeing this list, Yang Qin suddenly had a feeling of relief. If the palace master was willing to come forward to carry out this kind of fellowship, it would be far better than Yang Qin going to become a Dao companion with Shi Shanshan or Sun Qingxue to consolidate the relationship between the two sects. But immediately Yang Qin was a little dejected. It was impossible for the palace master to have a double cultivation with two Dao companions, and it was impossible for the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island to have a Yuanying stage disciple to have a double cultivation with the palace master. No matter which one the palace master chose, it may cause the dissatisfaction of the other sect, unless someone among the elders also used this method to become a Dao companion with a disciple of another sect at the same time. Double cultivation was good for everyone, but if the pure Yang Palace had to rely on this means, it would be ridiculed by outsiders. Relying on women to connect the two major sects, it was easy to see the hope of revitalization of the sect. Maybe it would be suppressed by gossip. It was estimated that the palace master also considered this point, so he came to discuss with Yang Qin. Yang Qin glanced at it and suddenly saw a familiar name. Elder Wan Qian of the Blue Cloud sect also had a metal attribute spirit root, and her cultivation was also in the middle Yuanying stage, which was similar to the palace master, so she was a suitable candidate. Wan Qian was now in Yang Chen's medicine garden, cultivating tirelessly. If the palace master Zhang Jiao was willing, Yang Chen could release Wan Qian and the palace master Zhang Jiao for double cultivation, so that the palace master Zhang Jiao and Wan Qian's cultivation base could be improved, and because Wan Qian had disappeared, as long as it was done secretly, no one knew that it would be related to the Pure Yang Palace. The problem was that Yang Qin really did not dare to suddenly tell the palace master that Elder Wan Qian had been turned into an idiot by himself. It was not that he was afraid of the palace master betraying himself, but the news was too shocking and the palace master had to slowly accept it. Palace master, in this disciple's opinion, Elder Wan Qian of the Blue Cloud sect is a suitable candidate. Yang Chen deliberated and made a suggestion to the palace master. Elder Wan Qian. The palace master frowned. On the list, Wan Qian was relatively low, mainly because the whereabouts of Elder Wan and her disciples were unknown. Choosing Elder Wan Qian may not be realized for the time being. Elder Wan of the Blue Cloud sect has been missing for decades. The palace master was afraid that Yang Qin did not know, and explained to Yang Qin, "I am afraid that it is not so easy. The carriage will cross the mountain. The palace master does not have to worry about this." Yang Qin said with a smile, however, the palace master can be like the disciple ancestor, and first refine a life-flying sword. Wang Yang's refining of the life-flying sword was not concealed from the several elders of the same sect, and after decades of seclusion, Wang Yang's cultivation had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds. This was seen by everyone, and they were greedy in their hearts. Now that Yang Qin said so, it was also a good idea. Life-flying sword? The palace master's eyes also lit up. Half of the 100,000 mountain range was already in his hands, and in the future, the rare materials could almost be said to have everything. Refining a life-flying sword was indeed a huge temptation. In the past, it was because there were no good materials, but now he did not have to worry about this. Moreover, the refining of the life-flying sword was different from others, and it could be done without seclusion. Just like Yang Qin, the immortal beheading blade had been nourished in his sea of consciousness, but it did not prevent Yang Qin from doing other things. It was just that it would take a little longer. Speaking of it, this disciple has some suitable materials. Yang Qin smiled and took out the golden seal of the Yuanying stage master who was killed last time and sent it to the palace master. Although the golden seal had been damaged by the sword formation of the dome hall, and a magic treasure had been destroyed, the material was still there. It was still a top-grade metal element material, and it was suitable to be used to refine a metal element flying sword. Chapter 450. This golden seal, don't you keep it for yourself? The master of the palace certainly knew that this golden seal was a good material, and it was also excellent for refining a flying sword. However, as the master of the palace, he had not taken the materials of his disciples to refine a flying sword for himself. This disciple will not refine a metal attribute flying sword for the time being. This is the disciple's filial piety. The palace master can accept it. Yang Qin smiled and pushed the golden seal to the side of the palace master, the dual cultivation companion of the palace master. This disciple will think of a way. First, he put the words here, so that the master of the palace could be mentally prepared. After Yang Qin got one chin out, he could accept it, and would not be frightened all of a sudden. Moreover, during this time, Yang Qin must refine Wan Qian, the living puppet, again, so that she would not have any changes because of the improvement of her cultivation base. Although this possibility was not great, it was better to be careful than to sail a ship for 10,000 years. The master of the palace was not surprised that Yang Qin gave him the golden seal. Yang Qin could even give the questioning inner heart pill without hesitation, let alone a small material. In contrast, the master of the palace cared more about Yang Qin's intention, which was 100 times more intimate than Liang Xiaoming's. This golden seal was enough for the master of the palace to have something to do for a long time. After learning about what happened in the 100,000 mountains from Yang Qin in detail, the master of the palace could not help but be surprised again. You planted the thunder pomegranate. The master of the palace couldn't believe what he heard. His eyes were wide open, and he was stunned. In the past few years, some people also wanted to blame Yang Qin for this. Who would have thought that Yang Qin had already planted the thunder pomegranate? Yang Qin did not answer. He just smiled and took out 10 thunder pomegranates from the Qinkuan bag and placed them in front of the master of the palace. These thunder pomegranates were fully mature, and the power of thunder and lightning had been released. They could be used to absorb the thunder tribulation. The master of the palace reached out and picked up the thunder pomegranate and looked at it one by one. Looking at these thunder pomegranates of the same size and the same year, apart from being pleasantly surprised, what else could the palace master say? In this way, those Jedon stage disciples in my sect who are not confident will have the hope to step into the Yuanying stage. The master of the palace did not know how to describe his current mood. The Shirwan Mountains made Chunyang Palace rich, and the thunder pomegranate could give many Jindan masters who had no hope of entering the Yuanying realm in their lives more hope. Although relying on external forces to improve was not a pure way, for those disciples with not outstanding qualifications, being able to reach the Jedon stage was already the limit. But now with the thunder pomegranate, it was possible to enter the nascent soul stage. While his lifespan was greatly increased, his cultivation base was also greatly increased. Regardless of whether it was for the disciples or for the sect, it was a great thing. The increase in the number of nascent soul realm disciples also meant that the sect's strength had increased greatly. If their cultivations had increased to the nascent soul realm, they might be able to break through to a higher realm. The higher the realm, the greater the chances. It was a win-win situation. This thunder pomegranate, how many do you have? The sect will take them all. Of course, the master of the palace knew which things were important and which things were not important. He directly said to Yang Qin, sect contribution, spirit stones, magic weapons, cultivation methods, other materials, whatever you want, I will give you. The improvement of the strength of the sect, in addition to the abundance of resources and the number of masters, there was also an important point, that was the cultivation of low-level disciples. Now that the Chunyang Palace's outer sect disciples had the Qi-seeking pill, the number of outer sect disciples had greatly increased. The Jedon stage disciples had the thunder pomegranate, and their hopes had greatly increased. The senior elders had the questioning inner heart pill, which was simply an overall improvement from top to bottom. As the master of the palace, what other extravagant hopes could he have? Speaking of which, all of these were almost all because of Yangqin. Or it could be said that it was simply because of Yangqin. From the chi-seeking pill to the thunder pomegranate to the questioning inner heart pill, from the 100,000 mountains to finding traitors like Liang Xiaoming, none of them had nothing to do with Yangqin. At this moment, the master of the palace even had a strong desire. He wanted to train Yangqin to be the next master of the Chunying Palace. When this idea came out, it could no longer be suppressed. Although this kind of thing had to be discussed with the other elders, he believed that the other elders would never have an objection. A disciple with great luck and talent in alchemy who would not be willing. Just looking at what Yangqin had done over the years, it was enough to make the master of the palace feel inferior, not to mention the other elders. Palace master! This thunder pomegranate has already shone in the eyes of the masters of other sect. It is estimated that it is impossible for the sect to monopolize it. Yangqin looked at the master of the palace, who had fallen into the wonderful feeling of longing. It was a little funny, but he had to interrupt the wish of the master of the palace. Even if it is given to the sect, they will ask for it from the sect through various channels. Well, what you said makes sense. The master of the palace was worthy of being the master of the palace. After immediately realizing the reality, he came up with a way to deal with it. However, since you found the planting method, if they want it, they have to accept the favor of my sect or exchange it with something far more valuable than the value of the thunder pomegranate itself. In the end, the biggest benefit is still ours. You don't have to worry about this. The sect will coordinate it. Yes, palace master. Yangqin knew that the master of the palace had a countermeasure and no longer said anything. Yangqin, you have been in the limelight recently. This is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. The master of the palace was happy and began to worry about Yangqin. Since it was planned to cultivate Yangqin as the next master, it was necessary to consider more comprehensively. The first was the issue of safety. When you go out in the future, no matter when, you must take Shikue and Xiesha with you. They like to be with you. You are safe and have someone to take care of you. Yes, palace master, Yangqin promised. This was the concern of the master of the palace. Of course, he knew what was good and bad. Your cultivation base, after less than 40 years after the foundation stage, you reached the late stage of the foundation stage. The master of the palace continued, the speed of improvement is unprecedented. Although it is related to the absorption of the fire seed, you still insist on the sentence, haste makes waste. Even if there are more elixirs, you can abuse it. At the appropriate time, carefully consolidate it, don't make mistakes. This was a real concern. In all fairness, Yangqin's cultivation speed was indeed a bit fast. It was unbelievable. Even Shi Shanshan of the Green Jade Immortal Island, from the foundation stage to the Jiran stage, it took a full 80 years. People with full spiritual roots were like this, not to mention Yangqin. The worry of the master of the palace was not unreasonable. This disciple knows. Yangqin bowed and thanked him. The matter of the 100,000 mountains has been resolved. This disciple is planning to calm down and consolidate his cultivation base. Chapter 451. From Yangqin's point of view, he also felt that his cultivation was somewhat unbalanced. If it weren't for him being busy solving the affairs of the 100,000 mountains these days and completely wiping out the future troubles for Gaoyu, Yangqin would not be like this. On the surface, Yangqin's current fire attribute cultivation base was outstanding, and people could see that he was a fire cultivator at a glance. However, for the Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art that Yangqin wanted to cultivate, and even the great Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art, this was not a good phenomenon. The Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art was primarily about balance. Although Yangqin could tolerate the dominance of the fire attribute spiritual power in the short term, a balance must be achieved in the end. During this time, Yang Qin could just improve the spiritual power of other attributes. Anyway, the most ruthless ones in the 100,000 mountains had been killed, and the rest of the people could never think of revenge for the young master or the old master. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they would face Chunying Palace, not Yang Qin and Gao Yu. Just when Yang Qin was about to retire, the head of the palace suddenly stopped Yang Qin and once again informed Yang Qin of a piece of news that gave him a headache. Blue Cloud sect, you should also go to the Blue Cloud sect. They asked for the same treatment for Sun, Qingxue, and Shi Shanshan. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Since you have already gone with Shi Shanshan, you might as well go out with Sun Qingxue to gain experience. In his previous life, Yang Qin had never experienced this kind of battle. He had no experience at all. He did not know that his procrastination and indecisiveness were taboo. In fact, few people in the cultivation world would have such troubles, and those like Yang Qin were unique. Yes, palace master. Since the head of the palace had ordered so, Yang Qin could only helplessly agree. He didn't hate Sun Qingxue. Since even Shi Shanshan could train with him, it wouldn't be a problem to drag Sun Qingxue along. The matter of the 100,000 great mountains had been carefully arranged at the beginning. However, when it was time to take action, it was as swift as lightning, uprooting everything. The actions of Chunying Palace and the other 3 sects directly caused an uproar in Taoism. But now that things had come to this point, no one could interfere, no matter what pretense they used. It was not to help, but to seize the industry of the 4 sections. This kind of hatred of cutting off people's wealth, no one would be stupid enough to anger the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island at the same time, plus 2 masters of the Deshang stage, Chunying Palace and the Beast Taming sect. The follow-up personnel also began to be dispatched, and everything was in an orderly manner. The 9 Deshang stage masters and dozens of Yuanying stage masters were divided into 9 teams and began to take over the industries of the 100,000 mountains. A brand new villa has been built in another place. Yang Qin has absorbed all the power of the 7-star Heavenly Thunder Formation. The original place has been shaken into powder by the aftermath of the battle of the 13 masters of the Deshang stage, and there was no possibility of using it. There would be 3 masters of the Deshang stage here all the year round. 2 of them were from the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. They had many masters and could take turns. The remaining one was from the Chunying Palace and the Beast Taming sect. The masters of each sect were responsible for 10 years. Of course, the masters in charge did not manage any specific things. The management affairs were still carried out by the management personnel jointly sent by the 4 sections. They believed that the order of the 100,000 mountains would only be better than before, and the income would be higher. For the worries of the demons, the 4 sects also expressed full sincerity. This time it was entirely because the 100,000 mountains destroyed the Chunying Palace gate first, so there was such a retaliatory act. As for the future business was business, and it had nothing to do with the position of the demons. This statement has been more or less recognized by everyone. Taishamin was the only sect besides the Chunying Palace who knew the truth, but they did not dare to say it. It was impossible for Taishamin to publicize that the Chunying Palace gate was not destroyed by the 100,000 mountains, but by the undercover arranged by Taishamin in Chunying Palace. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner, and the contact between the 4 sects was also unusually frequent. Just the spoils of war in the villa alone were enough to make everyone smile. This was not counting the questioning inner heart pills that Chunying Palace promised. This kind of good thing, the more the better. Gui Shanyu, the hall master of the Chunying Palace Hall of Eccentrics, was on the list of the first round. The 100,000 mountain range was the old tree demon's hometown. After pacifying those disobedient guys, the old tree demon directly threw a large pile of at least tens of thousands of osmanthus saplings everywhere in the 100,000 mountain range, just like in Meiqing Mountain. When all the roots were connected, Gui Shanyu would be able to know the movements everywhere in the 100,000 mountains at any time. It was really appropriate to use him to sit at the beginning. Naturally, it was also the clone of Gui Shanyu who was in charge. The main body was still in the courtyard of Yangqin in the Chunying Palace, absorbing the Penglai divine wood. These business affairs had nothing to do with Yangqin for the time being, and naturally there were professionals in the four sects to deal with them. Yangqin hurriedly returned to Gao Yu's side again. His master's water attribute cultivation method had also reached the middle stage of the foundation stage. Yangqin could even discuss cultivation with his master. This time, Yangqin also exposed a lot of things, questioning inner heart pills, thunder pomegranate, and a magic weapon that could kill a master of the Yuanying stage. If someone wanted to deal with Yangqin in the future, they would definitely consider these factors. Yangqin could only find some other cards that others could not know. The master ancestor already had the flying sword refined by the horn of the fire Qilin, but his master's flying sword had not yet been found. At the same time, he promised Gong Suinling's life source magic weapon. Yangqin also had to consider it. Thinking of the remaining things in the treasure house of the Dragon Palace, Yangqin couldn't help but be moved. Xiao Tian has swallowed half of the blood essence of the celestial dog, and the blood of the Yazi in his body was being fully stimulated. The current Xiao Tian could no longer see the appearance of the puppy before. The head was still the original head, but the body had been pulled very long, slowly becoming like a dragon's body. The slender body was wrapped on the blade of the bright ray sword all day long, and it was not afraid of the sharpness of the blade. In his mouth he held the second wood flying sword and did not let go, for fear that someone would snatch it. Only Yangqin could take this flying sword from its mouth. Yazi, the second son of the dragon body, and the head of a jackal, has a strong character, is brave and good at fighting, bloodthirsty and aggressive, always holding the sword in his mouth, glaring, engraved on the blade ring, the sword hilt swallowing, to increase his own powerful power. Xiao Tian has become more and more like the legendary Yazi. Maybe now the blood is being stimulated crazily. When Xiao Tian completely becomes Yazi, maybe he can completely open the treasure of the Dragon Palace and get all the things. Thinking of this, Yangqin looked at the situation of Xiao Tian again, and then did not hesitate to feed the remaining half of the blood essence of the celestial dog to Xiao Tian. Chapter 452. Yangqin, you say the sect suddenly took over the 100,000 mountains. Will it attract other sects to covet it? Gao Yu just learned about the big move of the sect, and she couldn't help but be shocked by the big move of the sect's top management. When Yangqin rushed to her side, she was discussing this matter with Gong Sunling. When she saw Yangqin, she naturally asked, "How come?" Yangqin smiled and explained the destruction of the sect is just an excuse. The real contribution is the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. My sect and the Beast Taming sect are just helpers. If other sects want to have an idea, they have to consider the ideas of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. The two women just said so, and they did not immediately worry about it. But Gao Yu still looked at Yangqin and didn't make a sound for a long time. In the end, she asked with a straight face, "Did you do this?" The 100,000 mountains are not giving up. They still want to settle the old accounts of the past. Yangqin nodded. At this time, he was not afraid to tell Gao Yu the truth. They have attacked this disciple twice. This disciple is afraid that they will find the master's head, so I made the first move. Gao Yu guessed this was the reason. Yangqin almost lifted the entire 100,000 mountains last time. If he was not worried about Gao Yu's injury, he would not easily kill the manager of the auction house and the young master. If the 4 Deshang stage masters of the 100,000 mountains were there at that time, Yangqin would definitely not hesitate to use the Bloody River. Even if he re-sacrificially refined the immortal beheading blade, he would turn the 100,000 mountains into a bloody slaughterhouse. For her disciple's mind, Gao Yu simply didn't know what to say. She only felt that the most touching heartstring in her heart was once again plucked. Her nose was sour, and her tears were a little uncontrollable. But in the end, in front of Yang Qin and Gong Sunling, he forced himself to hold back. For himself, Yang Qin even uprooted the 100,000 mountains directly, including 4 masters of the Deshang stage, and Yang Qin was just a junior in the foundation stage at the moment. This made Gao Yu feel touched, surprised, and worried. Just for such a simple reason, Yang Qin took out the questioning inner heart pill and thunderbolt pomegranate. These things could set off a great uproar in the entire cultivation world, just to give himself a safety and no future troubles. Gao, you didn't even know how to return such affection. Gong Sunling's eyes were full of envy, looking at Yang Qin. It was also a burst of tenderness. Even for cultivators, they could not completely cut off their emotions. After all, there were still some people who had feelings for others. Don't worry, it's already over. Yang Qin comforted his master. Seeing the happy expression of his master, who was about to cry, Yang Qin's heart was also filled with a kind of sweetness. For his master, even if he paid more, so what? You will stay in the sect for the next few years. You are not allowed to run around. Gao Yu took out the majesty of a master and gave Yang Qin a tough order. There must be a lot of people outside who are thinking about you now. You can't go out at will. Yes, master. Yang Qin did not refute and directly agreed. Anyway, it would take some time for Xiao Tian to absorb the blood essence of the howling celestial dog. During this time, he would stay in the sect and accompany his master. However, Gao Yu's worries also reminded Yang Qin. Chunyang Palace united with the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the Beast Taming sect, and swallowed the 100,000 mountains. Although others did not dare to do anything to Chunyang Palace for the time being, such a large amount of income would definitely make some people jealous. They couldn't deal with the entire Chunyang Palace, but it was not impossible to deal with some disciples of Chunyang Palace. The cultivation world was also full of such things, so he had to make plans in advance. Of course, the best way was to greatly improve the combat effectiveness of all the disciples of Chunyang Palace. The overall strength of Chunyang Palace was up, just like those first-class sects, and others naturally did not dare to have crooked ideas. For the time being, Yang Qin could not take care of all the disciples of Chunyang Palace. However, these people around him, whether it was his master, Gong Sunling, Du Qian, Shanghai Feng, Wang Yuan, and others, the strength of these people must be improved as soon as possible. Soon, Yang Qin thought of a place that was absolutely suitable for a group of people in the foundation stage to hone their fighting skills, and it could also have enough benefits. That place didn't have much meaning for Yang Qin, but after complete control, it was an excellent place for the sect to gain experience. And it was also a retreat in times of crisis. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Chunyang Palace now had Meiqing Mountain and 100,000 mountains, but it was still missing one. It just so happened that Yang Qin thought of this place, which could be used as a place for a long time to gain experience. If it could be collected in the end, it would also be a wonderful Immortal's Cave in Chunyang Palace. There were many levels of Immortal's Cave. The one that Yang Qin thought of was the Immortal's Cave, left by a certain person before he died. In Blue Vault Mountain, it was temporarily closed and needed a special method to open it. As for collecting it, it required a more troublesome process. Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave was more spiritual than the current Meiqing Mountain. It was a good Immortal's Cave at the level of Blessed Land, which was far from being comparable to the current location of the sect in Chunyang Palace. There were many such Immortal's Caves in Yang Qin's memory. Yang Qin couldn't occupy them all by himself. What's more, the Immortal's Cave was not as good as the East Sea Dragon King's Dragon Palace Treasure House. For these extra ones, Yang Qin certainly gave priority to the people around him to get benefits. Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave had been closed for too long. It was said that there were many demon beasts and puppets in it. It was not known what they had grown up to now, but the Immortal's Cave was naturally divided into palaces and places of different levels. Different levels of places had different levels of demon beasts and puppets. It was an excellent place for experience. The Immortal's cave was big enough. Even if the tens of thousands of people in Chunyang Palace were put in, it was more than enough. Even if the Chunyang Palace was several times larger, it could completely accommodate it. It was originally the hiding place of a big sect. No one knew who destroyed it. Later, it became the private Immortal's cave of someone in the heavenly court, and finally it became Yang Chen's wish. Since he had nothing to do, he just took these acquaintances around him and walked around. It must be known that in addition to the demon beasts and puppets, there were a large number of medicine fields that had been closed for more than 10,000 years in the Immortal's cave. If they were not ruined by the demon beasts, they could still get a lot of benefits. What's more, the treasures of the big sect were not known if they had all been searched. Even if there were none of these, just those demon beasts that had lived in places with excellent spiritual power for tens of thousands of years were already coveted treasures. Casually plucking a strand of hair from one of them could probably be sold as something like 1,000-year-old Xian silk. Such a good place, it was just right to take his master, Gong Sunling, and have a good adventure. Chapter 453. Coincidentally, the few people Yang Chen was looking for were not there. Du Qian, Shang Guanfeng, Wang Yuan, and Yang Chen's 4 former slaves were all sent out by their respective masters at this time. Only Yang Chen, Master Gao Yu, and senior sister Gong Sunling were left here. They are unlucky. Yang Chen could only give up the plan of waiting for them with some regret. He simply went in with his master and senior sister to inquire about it. This time, Yang Chen was planning to let his master and senior sister have a careful experience and get some benefits. For the time being, he would first tell the other people in the sect and then talk about it next time. Moreover, if he reported it to the sect, he also needed evidence, and he couldn't just say it. It just so happened that they went to inquire about it first, and when they came back, they would say that they met it by chance. "Where are you taking us?" Gao Yu knew that Yang Chen often had some surprising actions, so she was not surprised and did not refuse, but asked first. "There is a good thing. Don't worry about where to go. Anyway, the disciple will not harm the master." Yang Chen sold a secret and did not say it directly, but wanted to give them a surprise. Gao Yu promised. Gong Sunling also nodded, and Yang Chen immediately went to report to the head of the palace. No way, he was now a popular person in the sect, and it was not allowed to go out at will. The head of the palace must know where he was. The disciple and master and senior sister went out to gain experience. Yang Chen made a little lie. It was not a big thing, and he would hide it for the time being. "Well, take Shi Kuei and Xia Sha and be careful." The head of the palace certainly would not limit the freedom of Yang Chen, but told him to bring 2 masters to protect him. At this time, the head of the palace was busy with the reception and management of the 100,000 mountains, and had no time to focus on Yang Chen. Anyway, as long as Yang Chen was safe and sound, he could go anywhere at will. Every time Shi Kuei and Xia Sha followed Yang Chen, it was to kill and get rich, which suited their appetite. In particular, this kind of blatant killing and looting was actually praised by people. This was much more glorious than when they were in the desolate Sand Valley. As soon as Yang Chen called out, the 2 happily followed Yang Chen and left. It took some time to fly to Blue Vault Mountain. In the shuttle, Yang Chen learned the enjoyment of Shan last time. He also carefully made some tea leaves on the spot for his master and senior sister. After brewing, he sent them to his master and senior sister and the 2 seniors, waiting for them to taste. Gao Yu enjoyed the filial piety of her apprentice, and she was at ease. Gong Sunling, as a senior sister, also sat and enjoyed it justifiably. Even if Shi Kuei and Xia Sha were older than Yang Chen was the only one who did it. After calmly tasting the delicious tea, Gao Yu nodded slightly to express appreciation. Gong Sunling was very dignified and sipped a little bit. She did not speak for a long time, but the intoxication in her eyes had already betrayed her feelings. As for Shi Kuei and Xia Sha, it was completely like a cow chewing peony, spoiling the scenery. One sip was not enough, and Yang Chen almost wanted to give each of them a kick. I heard that the Green Jade Immortal Island's Fairy Sure is a good tea. Yang Chen, did you learn this technique from Fairy Sure? Everyone tasted for a while, and Gao Yu said this with a smile. In one sentence, Yang Chen didn't know how to make an excuse. According to his previous habits, he really wouldn't make tea for his master and senior sister. It was only when the flying shuttle was serving that he remembered that he had such an enjoyment when he was with Shi Shanshan, so he copied it. He didn't expect to be ridiculed by his master. Gong Sunling also stopped the taste of the small mouthful. Her face looked thoughtfully at Yang Chen, seemingly waiting for his answer. I don't want to hide it from master, she really reminded me. Yang Chen did not deny it, but he did not fully admit it. However, this technique is something that this disciple has known for a long time. It is not her credit. After that, Yang Chen seemed to be wondering how he would so naturally bring out the habit of being with Shi Shanshan. Although there was nothing strange about serving tea to the elders, Yang Chen obviously did not do this before. Strange is strange, but it does not prevent everyone from having fun on the road. Yang Chen's technique was excellent, but the water this time was also good water collected, and the tea leaves were refined in the medicine garden for 200 years. It was more fragrant than when he was with Shi Shanshan. Although Gao Yu and Gong Sunling didn't have the habit of drinking tea before, they still drank it with relish. Shi Kuei and Xie Sha were completely followers. Even if they had the highest cultivation base, they generally didn't care about anything. They just followed Yang Chen to kill and set fire. Along the way, it was still his master and senior sister who communicated with Yang Chen. Where are you going to take us? Seeing Yang Chen driving the shuttle for 2 months, he actually went out of the sea. The shuttle turned into a huge sailboat and began to drift forward on the sea. Gao Yu couldn't help but ask, You will know when you get there. Yang Chen didn't say it. He didn't want to let the surprise be in advance. This blue vault mountain had to cross the sea and enjoy the wonderful scenery along the way with his master. What a pleasant thing! Yang Chen couldn't wait to slow down on the road. Did you know it from a miscellaneous book? Gao Yu guessed again. Yes. Yang Chen nodded hurriedly. Now he understood how correct it was to create an image of himself as a scholar who had read all the miscellaneous books in the world. Everything could be pushed to this. Anyway, others couldn't verify it, and Yang Chen wouldn't tell them which miscellaneous book it was. It was really tight, and it was too late to make up a book. Gao Yu no longer asked about the origin, but the topic suddenly led to another direction. Yang Chen, Fairy Sure of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and Sun Qingxue of the Blue Cloud sect. How are you going to deal with them? This disciple doesn't know. When he heard this question, Yang Chen's whole face was bitter and he sighed. He really didn't know what to do. The head of the palace said that I can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Let this disciple go out with Sun Qingxue first. This disciple is worried. What is there to worry about? Gao Yu looked at Yang Chen's frowning face. She was a little depressed when she talked about this topic. She didn't know why she suddenly became cheerful, and said with a joking tone, Anyway, whether it is Fairy Sure or Sun Qingxue, they are all talented disciples. Such a fairy-like person. To be your Tao companion, isn't it good? Looking at the inexplicable smile on his master's face, Yang Chen really didn't want to argue about this topic anymore. He could only raise his hand lazily, which was a response to his master's joke. Actually, you might as well think about it. Gao Yu didn't say anything, but when she said it, it was the words that made Yang Chen horrified. Anyway, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. In the sect, there is also your senior sister Gong Sun, who is not worse than the 2 of them. Just accept them all. Anyway, you have more than one kind of spiritual power, right?